the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scripture,
And the truth is here.
and when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Come on in, come on in. Let's go. All praises be to the Most High. Hit that like button. Let's go. Come on, family, hit that like button.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC,
Blessings, brothers and
the
sisters.
Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the waters still.
Blessings, brothers and sisters. To a land where no mankind dwelt.
We went,
The who?
the 12 tribes of Israel. So we be
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Nepal from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Come on, the North American Indians. There it is. Y'all know the song. Let me hear you. Let me hear. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gather us. Whoa. From the power on high. Our highest gathering Israel. Oh. Come on. Blessings, blessings, brothers and sisters. We are the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church, here live with our weekly broadcast. Man, we're living in interesting times. When the earth shuts down again, will be our program this evening. Also, we're going to open it up, Elder Lawya, at the very end of this with Zoom. When the earth shuts down again is the talking points or the broadcast we'll be talking about tonight. First and foremost, we would like to say, and I would like to say, all praises be to the Most High, in the name of Yeshua, through the Holy Spirit. I thank the Almighty for the work. I thank the Almighty for this ministry. Thank you, Gianni. Thank you for all your support. Speaking of that, we have Issachar in the house. How are you? Speaking of that, Elder Lawya, I couldn't help. I told you before the broadcast that we went by the what the Most High blessed us with yesterday. Of course, we have to secure things as far as cameras and all these others. And I'd like to thank the Most High for the lovely people in this church that are volunteering through the Philly body and all that who'll be there next week. None of this can happen unless we put our hands to the plow in preparation for what's to come. That's first and foremost. I know the Most High blessed us with this to help so many people as we come closer to the end with austerity happening. Hey, I thank the Most High. Like I said, we've been blessed with more than we've ever thought was possible. Sacrifice everything we had to deliver this word throughout the four corners of the earth. And through that, the Most High have confirmed his power within this church. All praises. And all praises go to the Most High God, the God of Israel, who revealed his name Ahia to us before this ministry in the name of his son. That's first and foremost. Another thing, brothers and sisters, we're getting inundated with phone calls and emails for the mass baptism. I would just like to say, please, it's okay. We're going to announce the mass baptisms. And I know it's going to be a bunch of people. 2 separate baptisms this year. You don't have to inundate us with it. We're going to let you know exactly where those locations are. Because we need to do these baptisms to get everyone in Christ's ark before the door shut. So again, we got your phone calls. We've received your messages. We're not ignoring you. Okay? Just keep your ears and eyes right here. The mass baptism will be announced, and once we announce it from this platform, there will also be announcements amongst the local bodies. We're also working to get the ministry in all 50 states. We're discussing the Maccabees program to raise these men who have learned under the church and have persevered to go into the other areas to build church before everything shuts down. We're working around the clock. We're working with the land. We're going to work with our brothers to make sure we distribute people out by twos. And we're going to have a mass baptism that I believe in the United States that's going to be the biggest baptism as of yet this year. I thank the Most High for that. Next thing. Yes, we don't have enough room for the Passover right now. So we're looking into some bigger venues, especially with the new people in the body coming in. And again, we're going to decide whether or not we go back to Tulsa. They may have to move the barrier and give us a bigger room. Or Florida. Okay? Or Florida. Okay? We were busting out the seams at the Passover, but I know with what the Most High is doing in the earth, more people are coming in, and we're going to have to make room while there's time. Okay? So, again, eventually we may have to poll all of you and ask, would you rather have it in Tulsa again or Florida? But we'll put a pin in it until that announcement. Either way, we're going to lock down, no pun intended, the venue sooner than later. Okay? Sooner than later, because we don't want anything at the last minute where, we don't book it and then we're not able to. And if we book it well in advance, it gives brothers and sisters time time to book well in advance, 7, 8 months, 6, 7 months in advance, where they can get their lower tickets, low hotel rooms, and all these others. They don't have to worry about the high prices in the last minute. So we're going to lock this down quickly. So we'll probably have the Passover announcement, I hope, before the mass baptism announcement. I am shooting for, if it be the Most High's will, the mass baptism as soon as the New Year summer hits, according to the 364 calendar, okay? Summer according to 364, all right? So keep your ears to the ground. Oh, yeah, I'm coming to Colorado. As a matter of fact, I told Yashar that yesterday. We're coming to Colorado, so don't worry about that. All right? So it is an exciting time to be in this truth, to tell you the truth. All praises be to the Most High. It's exciting to be in this truth right now, to finish it. And that's why the Bible says, endure until the end. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters, I'm going to put this out there. In the Bible, in the book of Revelation, and we're going to go there a little later, Christ reminds the church to never forget your first love. What is that? That's the excitement we had when we first learned the truth and appreciated the gospel. Satan seeks to what? Extinguish that particular spirit, to frustrate or put weight on people so that what? We tend not to appreciate what the Most High have given when it comes to bringing forth the truth and allowing us to see the truth in a world filled with darkness. Christ told the church, never forget your first love. Satan is going to try to frustrate it. Always hold to that original spirit that you received the truth with. That's the spirit that carry us through and have us endure until the end. And I'm going to be talking about that with this. Y'all seen the avatar when the earth shuts down. Okay? It's going to be that spirit that brings us through. The spirit of darkness, the spirit of variance, the spirit of frustration. No one can make it with that spirit in them. Okay? It's impossible. So we must always go back to appreciate when the Most High gave us this truth, and that allow us to endure through dark moments. At the end of the day, those in Christ are going to need one another. We're going to need each other. Okay? So again, we need to check ourselves and make sure that no dark spirit have come over us. All right? So that we can endure as a body together until our Lord and Savior returns. Now, real quick, before jumping into things, I would be amiss if I didn't announce the fact that we are in week 3 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy. And yes, we're still taking enrollments. Elder Lawya, I came up with a few things. I'm like, you know what? So many good moments we have in the academy that just go away, that the academites get to experience on a regular basis. Why not ever so often drop little tidbits like academy moments, showing brothers and sisters out there how we go into the news and what's going on prophetically, real time, and give them a little snippet of the lesson, even though the lessons are 2-3 hours, to let people understand, folks, these are high level. The academy is a high level class, be it from Hebrew, and we're gonna snip some of Elder Lawya's Hebrew also to show you how deep that is, going back to the Phoenician and how simple it is to pick up. We're gonna snip a few of those things out there and put it out there for you all too. But we started putting up a few academy moments just so brothers and sisters, Elder Lawya, can know what they're missing if you're not in it. Right. Enroll. Go to historytimes.org, and if you enroll, again, we will make sure you get all of the weeks missed. We're going into week 3 this coming Sunday. Okay? The promises of Abraham on a historical level. Okay? And with going into the promises of Abraham, we're going to break down the faith of Abraham. Brand new angle with the promised seed. Okay? Because before there was a nation of Israel, there was Abraham. And the nation was in him. So it's deeper than just being Israel. Faith was a necessity before we were a people. We're going to talk about that and more in this Academy Week 3. You don't want to miss it. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. And yes, I thank you, Lawya Academites. Y'all showing out, y'all coming in, y'all supporting the work. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is what? The theme, Uncovering the Past, Bible's History and Chronology. The fall and rise of Israel, the lost books of the Bible, we'll be going into those. How to stand on the word when it comes to the extra biblical text. What text you should be going into, and other, like you got crap like the Ethiopian Bible that need to be punted. Okay? Something that the Catholic Church went into, straight garbage. All right? Let me emphasize that. There's no Ethiopian Bible, okay? Okay, there's no Abimelech, son of David, and all this other garbage that's out there, but we'll talk about that. The lost books of the Bible. We're going to also go into a historical background of the Gospels to prove what? The true history of Christ and the disciples, the locations. We're going to bring in archaeology, all of that to prove that's right, that the Gospels and the actions of the Gospels actually happened. And I want to say that because you got people in the United States who are questioning whether or not Christ ever existed or Moses ever existed. And people on the other side of the world, you know, they look at our people here in the Western world as if they're crazy. How in America you can question scientific archaeological facts that the world have understood, I mean, for centuries. Right? So we're going to prove that so that brothers and sisters can have the archaeology and science. And we're going to show you all the places the disciples traveled. And folks, that's right. That's right. The disciples knew about the 12 tribes that were here in the Americas. That they understood it. That we would have to get to them with that ministry at the very end. And folks, that ministry is right here. The secrets of the times, from Noah to Moses to Christ. Folks, that's going to be our week 12 lesson, where we show you the similarities of the three and how Christ fulfilled Noah, Moses, and how all of that is going to be what? When Christ returned, it's going to be the beginning, the fall of the world like it was with Noah, and the gathering of the people like it was during Moses all at once. Noah is known for what? Preaching, right? Warning the world before the destruction. Moses is known for what? Going through the wilderness, the rebellion that happened there, only to what? Be shown the promised land before Joshua and Caleb would have us cross over. Well, imagine Christ being both of those at once at the very end, operating in the spirit of Noah and Moses simultaneously with the angels. That will be week 12. You don't want to miss it. That's right. And again, we're going to go into what? Color and the Bible, since we're going into history chronology, like books like this. Nature Knows No Color line, to show you how they whitewashed black history from what? From English nobility. The schism between Europe was our people, King James and others, fighting against the Vatican in Europe. When we went into captivity, they whitewashed everything and made us believe that all of Europe was white. When we were the Protestants, we were the ones fighting against the Vatican, and we're still fighting the Satanic Vatican till this day. That and more in this Hebrew and Bible Academy. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Now, Elder Lawya, before I go into the lesson, I don't want to forget my brothers and sisters in Boston. Elder Lawya and I, along with Elder Rawchaa, Shawan is going to be there, Bishop Shawan. Ganon is coming with me. If it be the Most High's will, he's invited. I spoke with him. And Shamal, Bishop Shamal from New York, will all be converging on Boston this Sabbath. If you've ever been a part of the Boston body, okay, because it's one of the smaller bodies, we're going to work with the people there to move that to the level it should be in the Spirit of the Almighty. Okay, we're coming together to galvanize the Spirit. We're going to sit down and talk with the people. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to leave Boston and leave them with a mission that will allow that church to prosper in the name of Christ. And we're not going to stop until, that's right, all of who belongs to the Most High in Boston comes in, right? And guess what? What I'm hoping, by the time Thanksgiving come around, when they have that big thing at Thanksgiving where all the Gadites and all that come at Plymouth Rock to mourn what happened to them, that we have what? A multitude of Israelites who came in and were baptized in Boston to go to Plymouth Rock with the Gathering of Christ Church so that we can proclaim the truth at Plymouth Rock this year. That's right, folks. The elders are converging on Boston this coming Saturday. We're going to have a moth teach the class, and early in the morning, we're going to sit down and talk to our Bostonians so that we can move this church to the next level in New England and Boston. All praises be to the Most High. We'll see you there. Oh yeah, Elder Lawya, before I go in, I wanted to make this statement real quick before going into the lesson. And I'm going to say this briefly because I know many of you continue to see things online and hear different voices. Make it clear, brothers and sisters, what you see here was doing the work before all these voices. And guess what? When those voices can no longer utter a sound, if it be the Most High, we'll be doing what you've seen us doing before the voices. Because all that matters is the work that's before you. We have no control who sees us online and asks to be a part of us. Okay, we never reached out to anyone and said, hey, would you like to be a part of the Gathering of Christ Church? We were doing what we were doing when everyone reached out, including the voices. Now, understand this. Everything being said publicly is not the full picture. And I know a lot of you know this. And we are not a body that handles matters, personal matters, through social media, public back and forth, and discourse. That's not what we're here for. Also understand, when you come to this channel here, and watch what you see tonight. It's about learning. It's about connecting. It's about coming closer to the Almighty together in one spirit without schism. We're here for the word. We're here to grow. We're not here, and neither will we ever be here, to address every voice or claim that's being made outside of this work. There is order here. There has always been order. Matters are handled through leadership, through counsel, and through proper processes. And very few people would actually tell you this. We don't do things in front of the world. We're the children of Israel. There's going to always be issues and problems, whatever the case is. But we're not going to make our channel and what you come here for any of that, because what? We are people going through healing, and there's a lot of issues that people come out of the world with that must stay amongst what? Help them heal privately without it being some stuff online. We don't deal like that. We don't deal like that in front of the world. We don't do that. And anyone in the spirit of Christ wouldn't do that either. See? There's rules according to God. And that's how you know whether or not someone is in the spirit of Christ or not. Ask yourself, would Christ do that? Would Christ say that? Listen to this. Don't let people out there with vain repetition be a stumbling block to you. Is their works building up, bringing the body to Christ, or is it tearing down? That's up to you to understand. Don't let repetition become truth in your mind, because they'll say it over and over again, but it's Satan poisoning you. We are not moved here by the noise. Elder Lawya and I and those Rawchaa and others have been here from the beginning. We seen the noise come and we seen it go. But what stays constant? The gospel. The Bible. And all the noise and all these others, it comes to nothing because it isn't fruitful. That's what you have to understand. Keep your eyes peeled and understand that a lot of this stuff can be a stumbling block to your advancement and cohesiveness with Christ's body. The only thing we can do is put it out there to say, hey, if I was you, I wouldn't take in any dark spirit that's being delivered from others. It's not healthy. If no one did anything to you that you can see, and you take on a dark spirit from someone else, you can't blame us for it if we didn't do anything to you. Okay? Think about that. What's been built here, this church, is structure, accountability, and responsibility. And that has never changed. We remain, Elder Lawya and I, and all the elders and the body of Christ. That is many, in preparation for what's about to happen. We remain steady. We remain in order with the Most High in Christ. And we will continue to move forward in Yeshua's work. Keep your eyes right here. Keep your eyes right here. We are who was before you when the Most High called you into this truth. Okay? And what you need to really focus on, really, the doctrine. That's what Satan hates. It's the doctrine of Christ that have gathered so many and have guided us through a time of darkness, even during the crisis that they call COVID. Against all odds, when all types of things was coming at us that you wouldn't even understood that was happening, when people was trying to tear down at the same time during the crisis, we stayed steady to guide souls. Many people have sent us emails and even testimonies here on this channel who said we probably would not have made it if it wasn't for this channel being locked down during COVID. And folks, when a crisis happens, you want to be right here. I'm going to tell you that right now. And speaking of, when the world locked down again, okay, hold tight. We're about to go in because it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. Don't let anyone try to dissuade you, frustrate you from what this is. Endure. We'll be right back.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. Man, Elder Lawya, Brother AC, he works behind the scenes. I don't know what I would do without him. I really care about that brother and his family. He sent me a video with this Asian guy that popped out of nowhere who's explaining what's going on in the Middle East geopolitically. And he's even asked a question about the pandemic. Now, he sent this clip to me probably about, 2 days ago? I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Right? And I've said, you know what? I've been looking into this, and it seemed as if everything is leading to another crisis, another lockdown. And then today, I get a phone call. A childhood friend, I talked to you about it. And no sooner, I kept on, I tell my family, I tell all the people I love and care, before you make a choice out of pressure, call me first. And I went to the pizza shop where my brother worked, and I seen him there, and something told me to ask him, hey, did you take that stuff when I told you not to? And he said, oh, June, I can't lie to you. I'm like, you did? He says, yeah, I only took 2. I'm like, get with me. I'm going to see what we can do about your situation. He said, I feel fine. I get a phone call today, right? He has to be no more than 1 or 2 years older than me. He was fine before all of that. And a close family member gone. And it's out of nowhere.
Mm.
And I couldn't help but think about when they were scaring everyone during the pandemic. I couldn't help but think about the doctor who came on, who was banned and could only come on through Rumble. And he said, listen, if the people take this stuff, the world we know, especially in America, will look different between 2025 and the end of 2026. A lot of people we know will no longer be here. I'll never forget that. He says, if the world falls for this, a lot of people we know isn't going to make it past 2026. And I know the Most High has it, but you can't help but feel a certain type of way about good people, right? You're talking about friends. Since I'm talking about, you're talking about the type of people, and I'm talking about a person where not too many people I know grew up with this guy would have anything bad to say about him. He was always encouraging other people. He's always supportive of other people. And I'm like, man, you know, but I'm like, but the Lord has it. He took a lot of people before the flood. You know, and I'm like, man, a lot of this stuff could have been avoided, but it's in the hands of the Most High. You know, and that's what I wanted to talk about. Someone says it's Mike Evans. It could have been Mike Evans. And I'm seeing this all over the place. A lot of these weird diagnoses coming up. And it led me to this broadcast tonight when the earth shuts down again. Right? So that we can actually take inventory of what's important. What the Most High said would happen in the earth, to make sure that we're in the right place when it happens again, because it's going to be entirely different. But it's going to happen again. What I realized, Elder Lawya, especially at the same time when they were pushing the pandemic, right? Scaring people, telling everyone not to go outside their homes. Right? Now, I'm the type of person where I don't fear man, and I don't fear what man say. I fear the Most High. I was out every day.
Right.
I was out every day. And guess what? It was one of the freest times in my life. You can just, police was even scared to go outside. You can run, you can go as fast as you want. There was no cars anywhere. I got from New Jersey to Philadelphia in 23 minutes.
Mm.
But this is what I noticed. First of all, I noticed how fearful the world is. Everyone plays tough, right? Under normal circumstances. But COVID showed something. It showed you the difference between those who are courageous in the spirit and believe in Christ with true faith and those who are really scared. I was out every day because I needed to know what was going on outside. Okay? If you're there in your home at the behest of the talk box, the lie box, they'll create a narrative in your mind And now you're closed in, not realizing what's truly going on outside. That's a dangerous place to be, with the media narrating what's going on in the earth, when the media has done nothing but program and or lied to our people. I was out every day. And what I noticed the construction workers still constructed. I noticed cameras being changed on certain intersections. I'm like, oh, so COVID don't mess with those doing all this, huh? Right? I started recognizing certain things. Construction was still happening. They were changing lights and doing certain things on the road. So right there, that told me, okay, if they're building buildings, that means life is going to continue on the outside of this scare. That's number one. Number two, I noticed that when you walk into a corporate building, Elder Lawya, everyone had to stay 6 feet apart. I'm like, why couldn't it be 7 feet or 8 feet? What is this magical 6 feet thing? All over the earth. Guess what? Guess what the angels were seeing, looking down on ignorant man, scared in this world. The angels were seeing what was marked in the earth from the heavenly realm. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. The mark of a man. The mark of Satan. And what did I notice? Okay, you can put 2 and 2 together. The same time you're scaring those in America. You mean to tell me you care about a pandemic and a disease happening, at the same time you're letting illegals come over the border unchecked? That just didn't make any sense, Elder. You can't tell us that you're scared of concerning all this that's going on, but you're letting these illegals come in unchecked. So I knew that this was warfare against the people in America. Psychological and biological. That's what I believed at that time. Because if you protest George Floyd and everything else while that was happening, they didn't care if you had a mask. They didn't care as long as you was out there for the political issues that they were utilizing to probably, allegedly, disturb the elections. So they were subjective. They was using this as a tool that I've seen. A tool when convenient. It could be utilized to stifle one politically. If you're a white person who had a problem with a black person, but you're too coward, and here it is, you're just a starch racist. Now you got something in place to say, well, okay, I'm aggressive against this person because you're not wearing your mask. Right? It can be utilized as a political tool when convenient. If someone didn't want you to come into your store now they can exercise their racism and hatred overt, using this as what? As a proxy to show who they were the whole time. And when I seen this, I said, guess what? This is the prelude to the mark of the beast, and it's going to happen again. I've never seen a government which with that much control. I'm like, this is the government's dream. Well, you can go into a hospital, and now due to this, whatever they claim is happening, they have full power over your loved ones without you saying a word. A matter of fact, they have convinced you that your loved ones is the enemy carrying the plague. Man, I said, you know what? In lieu of everything we're dealing with right now, we need to talk about it because it's going to happen again. And I thank the Most High for this church. Because I wouldn't want to have to go through what we just gone through in spades next without those in like mind so that we can help each other through what's coming. Out of nowhere, hit that like button. Out of nowhere, Elder Lawya, and I'm going to put it here on the screen so you can actually see it. I was going to go into this anyway, but waking up, thank you, Teraz Israel. I was going to go into this anyway, Elder Lawya, but it meant something even deeper when I woke up with the news today. When I drove, I'm getting ready so that I can travel tomorrow. Man, and woke up to the news about my friend. It's like, okay. The Most High is confirming that he really want me to talk about this.
Right.
AC sent me this, and I'm only going to show a piece of it. Patrick Bet David. He have Yang Zin. He had him on his broadcast. Listen to this, Elder. Now, when I was saying this years ago, it was an issue. But I guess it's okay for Yang Zing to say it. Fair use. For educational purposes only. He's going to ask a candid question. Fair use.
You're not there. I'm not there. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, I've never been to Iran. It depends where you are in Iran, right? So the cities are very different from the rural areas. But I think that given what's been happening in this war, I think there are a lot of young children who fantasize and they grow up and they want to fight the Americans. So I feel as though this war, given the fact on the first day the Americans struck a school in southern Iran that killed 168 schoolgirls, and they killed an 86-year-old man with prostate cancer. I feel as though there are a lot of young people who want to go to war with America right now.
Number one, he's asking them, what are the sentiments outside of America when it comes to these young people who are growing up to become military age? And he says, they're growing up wanting to go to war with America. Those are the sentiments on the outside of America. Number one. At the same time, the military we have here is don't ask, don't tell. Women all up in the military. Men, frustrated not being able to have family, don't want to fight for America. And at the same time, they bring in all of these illegals to replace some of the people in the military who took the stuff and can no longer serve. America's military have never been weaker, and they're not telling anyone this. Listen to this.
You don't mind a quick precept on that?
You got a precept on it?
Yes, sir. Real quick, you can break it down.
Okay, let's get it.
Psalms 137, 8 through 9.
Psalms, let me grab it. Psalms what?
137, 8 through 9.
Psalms 137, 8 through 9. Yes, sir.
All right, just to show what he's saying is prophecy. Psalms 137 verse 8 says, O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
That's prophecy. Where now the sentiments of the military, the young men growing up in the other countries are being raised to fulfill this prophecy. Finally, they get a chance to get their hands on the daughter of Babylon's military. And you have to think about what they've done by feminizing our young men, separating the families. Let me tell you, if the other countries are going to come against America, there's no better time than when their men are at their weakest. Men are operating like women. All of that. And you think the world can't see this? How vulnerable America has become? Now listen to him. Fair use.
I agree with where I'm going to be a hero one day, and you're seeing in some videos with mothers celebrating.
He says, one day you'll see even in some videos with mothers celebrating
that their sons gave their lives. It's like, my son's a hero. He did the right thing. It's a very different way of thinking about what happens there. Very different way of thinking about.
Thank you, Nasa.
Let's talk about COVID. COVID is the time when I started talking about politics. Up until COVID, I had no desire to talk politics. All I did was business, and I would do my whiteboards. You know how you do your whiteboards? I would do my whiteboards, except nowadays we can do with the nice little markers where our hands don't get dirty. I did it the ghetto ways back in the days where I would get paint all over my suit and ties, and it was a hot mess.
He says, let's talk about COVID. See, a lot of people having short memories forget the mindset that they were in during this particular time when the whole earth shut down. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. At this time is the first time there was a line in the sand between true believers and those who are walking the earth without faith. And it was clear. It was clear. It's easy to act like you got faith when life is going on as normal. You can use your words and all this all you want. But I've seen everybody run around scared. Do you got your mask? I seen everybody scared. And I was looking at everyone. I was seeing how people were treating their own family members who didn't get a shot. They believed the government and was willing to side with the government over their own blood. I've seen all these people who claimed that they believed in Christ, even Israelites, siding with the same government they claimed was the people or the devil. They were siding with the devil concerning putting something in their bloodstreams. I was watching everything and I was taking in everything. And in my mind, I told Lawya, I told others, hey, I know how I'm going to have to deal with this person when the mark of the beast goes down. Everyone is showing us. Or that person. Doesn't matter how close they are to you. And what I wasn't going to do is let anyone on earth panic me regardless of what they thought. Here's my opportunity in the earth to show that I got full faith in the God who called me to do a work in this earth. Here's my opportunity. Not to just say I believe in the Most High, but I stand with the Most High. And I stand in the faith of his son Christ. And I don't care what the world say, I'm standing 10 toes down on it. Now what? I'm going to drive through this country like nothing is going on. I'm going to operate as normal while the whole world goes crazy, because guess what? I truly know that the Most High have given us and have given me the truth. And if I have to die standing on truth, guess what? Hey, it's my time. But I'm not going to waver. I'm not going to waver in a time of crisis, because people are going to know whether or not I truly believed. And it's the strength of leaders through tough times that strengthen the people to get through those times. I didn't care if someone was a nurse, what they thought. I didn't care whether or not there was a doctor, what they thought. I had people tell me, who do you think you are? You just reading the Bible. Who do you think you are? Thinking that I'm disrespecting or undermining their particular profession. There's a lot of people in that profession who believed it and are no longer living because they believed it. Check out what he say here, Elder.
But during COVID, story comes out. It came out from the Wuhan lab. No, it came from the wet market. No, China had nothing to do with it. Yes, China had to do it. Nancy Pelosi goes to Chinatown. Stop being so racist. Trump's like, what are you talking about? It came from China.
Fair use. Educational purposes only. This is a what? A prophecy moment. Everyone was wondering where this thing came from, right? And check out what the Chinese believed.
What does China say about COVID with their position? Because when the state media is telling their stories, and I'm living in Iran, and they're saying, let me tell you, U.S. is the devil, and U.S. is this, and death upon America, and all this other stuff. And, China's a pretty controlled environment, kind of like what you talked about earlier. How does China's state media control the narrative of what really happened with COVID?
Great question. Fair use. Because we were closed in with American media, which is one of the most, I would say, wackest media conglomerates in the earth. You're talking about a media that's useless compared to real media that I've experienced and have heard outside of the United States. This news is news for what they believe are dumb people. Straight up. Anyone who traveled the world realized how ridiculous. You're talking about grade school news in comparison to the rest of the world. So what was Chinese people thinking when they had everybody in America all scared to go outside? I need y'all to think about this. The most armed Elder Lawya country in the world, where all the citizens have what? All the citizens have the right with the First Amendment to say what they would like, and the Second Amendment to have a weapon to back it up. I need y'all to think about that. All that tough talk and shooting targets and all that, and everyone is in the house on their knees biting their fingers. So what did China think? Great question. I'm going to play through now.
Whiteboards, I would do my whiteboards, except nowadays we can do with the nice little markers where our hands don't get dirty. I did it the ghetto ways back in the days where I would get paint all over my suit and ties, and it was a hot mess. But during COVID, story comes out. It came out from the Wuhan lab. No, it came from the wet market. No, China had nothing to do with it. Yes, China had to do with it. Nancy Pelosi goes to Chinatown. Stop being so racist. Trump's like, what are you talking about? It came from China. What does China say about COVID with their position? Because when the state media is telling their stories, and I'm living in Iran, and they're saying, let me tell you, U.S. is the devil, and U.S. is this, and death upon America, and all this other stuff. And, China's a pretty controlled environment, kind of like what you talked about earlier. How does China's state media control the narrative of what really happened with COVID?
Okay, so unfortunately, COVID has been memory hold in China. So no one talks about it. It was a traumatic 3 or 4 years for Chinese society, and people have basically just forgotten about the experience. No one even mentions COVID anymore. People still get COVID, but no one mentions COVID anymore. So all this has been memory hold, and people would rather just move on with their lives because there's absolutely no point in talking about it. But the Chinese government have said on multiple occasions that COVID started off as an American bioweapon. And
listen to what the Chinese was saying to their citizens. On multiple occasions, it started off as an American bioweapon. So they're having this conversation amongst the Chinese, telling us what they believed it was while it was happening. This is the way a bioweapon, well, if something is a weapon, you get people out of the way for the replacements. Is that what they thought back then? That America was making room for them? Interesting.
America and all this other stuff, and China's a pretty controlled environment, kind of like what you talked about earlier. How does China's state media control the narrative of what really happened with COVID?
Okay, so unfortunately, COVID has been memory hold in China. So no one talks about it. It was a traumatic 3 or 4 years for Chinese society, and people have basically just forgotten about the experience. No one even mentions COVID anymore. People still get COVID. But no one mentions COVID anymore. So all this has been memory hold, and people would rather just move on with their lives because there's absolutely no point in talking about it. But the Chinese government have said on multiple occasions that COVID started off as an American bioweapon. And so that's what the Chinese believe, that COVID was an American bioweapon. It was leaked into China in order to hurt Chinese society. And there are a lot of elite Chinese who I talk to who believe the same thing.
So they believe it was a bioweapon released from U.S. in China. That's the narrative they say. And is it?
That's what they believe. That's
and
right, yeah.
Is it tied?
That's what they believe.
Tied to Fauci, the gain of function? Is that kind of how they spin it, or what's their method of, connecting the dots?
So I'll tell you what I believe happened, okay? And so I believe that this was an American bioweapon funded by Tony Fauci. Obama had put a moratorium, a ban on gain-of-function research. And so Fauci subcontracted gain-of-function research to the Wuhan lab, which was actually a military installation. And I don't know if it was accidental or deliberate, but it got released into Wuhan. And when it did get released into Wuhan, the early reporting was that this was killing a lot of people. It was actually burning your lungs. It was like a furnace. Your lungs became a furnace. So it was pretty deadly. And they locked down the city too late, and about a third of people, escaped into other cities, as well as border flights for Europe. And this spread around the world very quickly. So I think that's what happened. But Chinese, what they believe is that this was an American bioweapon designed to hurt the Chinese economy. And that's a story. But they downplay China's role in it.
Yeah, they downplay China's role in it. And culturally, is China a culture where if the government says that, don't question it. You don't have to take the right to question it. Just buy it. This is what happened. Don't come back and question us because of freedom of speech.
Chinese people know where the political red lines are, and they know how the political winds are shifting. And so
fair use.
There's really no questioning of the government.
What an advantage for the enemy to be able to see in America, where in America we bash each other and we're going at it, and everything's being exposed from congressmen on the left and the
fair
right,
use.
and nobody in the world can see what's going on with China because no one can bring up anything. God forbid if you do, something could happen.
I disagree. I think
Tell me.
like if you want a healthy, creative, resilient society, you need free and open debate. The best thing about
Now, he clipped that part off, right, Elder? Now, brothers and sisters, I'm going to show you according to the Bible, the prophecy of some spirits getting loose, eventually going into people at the very end. We're living in the last days. That's the piece they're not giving you. Right? That's the piece. They're not giving you the prophetic side of this. Right? Now, you may have noticed, brothers and sisters, a lot of weird behaviors of individuals after they begin to open up, after a large number of people receive the stuff. Well, there's a lot of anomalous behavior. It was weird before. It's unexplained aggression and mental illnesses now than beforehand. Now, let's unpack this real quick, Elder. First of all, he said that China concluded that it was a bioweapon. Well, listen, this is what he's saying, all right? A bioweapon, which means, it's used as a weapon against humans, right? For whatever reason, that's what they think in a nutshell. And guess what? If that's a bioweapon, it's more dangerous. If it's a bioweapon, then it's more dangerous than a gun. Somebody pull out a gun, you're going to run the other way. But the people were running towards the clinics. They were running towards the pharmacies for this. So that would make, if it is a bioweapon, it would make it more dangerous than a gun. Right? Because you're going to run away from a gun. Right? Now, I need you to think about this. If it's a bioweapon, now, in order for someone to get immunity against a disease, this is what they're not talking about. And this is what you have to understand. That means a little bit of the stuff that they call the bioweapon must be the ingredient your body have to form an immunity against. So that means the stuff have to be placed in you so that your body can react and be immune to it, from it. See? So China is considering it a bioweapon, but yet some of it must go into you in order for your body to have immunity from it. A lot of people don't know how, this is how vaccines work. They have to give you a little bit of whatever the disease is so that your body can have a reaction and an immunity to it. Right? That's just the science. Right? That's all I can say right here, because I don't think we being Bible people connecting the dots for you all gives us the authority like other people, especially when our people are the target. Chinese people, they can say it with no recourse because they have the authority to do so. So can white people. But the last people they want to know what's really going on are our people. So I can't say as much as they can say, but I can let them speak and connect the dots biblically for you. Okay? I need y'all to look at this. Right? Now, these are just some science papers. Usually I go into stuff like this in the academy, whatever, but it's just science. You know? Especially in lieu of the news I received today. The National Library of Medicine. Now, see, what I like to do is go to this particular site around and get some insight of what the journals, of what the experts were saying while it was actually happening, right? April 21st, right? This is around 2021, right? I want y'all to check this out, right? The outbreak, right? It says the outbreak. Look at what it says here. An increasing number of infected cases and death tolls rose to, talking about death tolls, as of April 26, 2021. Look at this. This paper represents a novel design. Listen. For the frequency domain reconfigurable antenna at cool K bands for satellite internet of things, tracking applications. For reconfigurable antenna is proposed with the use of 4 different switch mechanisms. What are we talking about here? A reconfigurable antenna for tracking? Folks, is this NSA surveillance? Or is this a bad cold? Think about this, folks. See, I go to my old journals and what was going on in 2021 because they were saying what? They were saying it out loud what this is all about. But the people were too scared to actually hear what this is. Tracking systems in place? Is this a prelude for the mark of the beast? Now, it isn't the mark of the beast, folks. But it's definitely the mechanism, the foundation have been placed, have been put in the earth for when they lock the earth down the next time with the mark of the beast. Tracking? Well, how would it track? Well, is there nanoparticles in it? Does these nanoparticles send signals from the outside of the body where things are being controlled from the outside of the person? That's a question. Just a question. Can the nanoparticles join together and become a weapon in a person? That's just a question. Can it just stop the heart or make another medical issue where you have to run to the hospital or doctor for now all these medical issues that come out of nowhere? And then once the prescription is written, the nanoparticles can turn into something else, and now you got another sickness. Could it be? Could it be what this guy is saying? A bioweapon? I'm not saying it. But could it be? Could it be even if you turn off your location? They can still locate you. Huh? I'm just asking for a friend. Could it be that when a person who took this stuff, not thinking of what it was, could it be that when we see these anomalous mental situations and sensibilities, it's the person actually fighting against what's in their mind that they can no longer control. Could it be the things that you used to be able to harbor within yourself when it comes to thought, that you were able to tell yourself, well, I can think that, but I can't say it? Could it be now you're actually speaking your thoughts out loud without being able to control yourself? Have people been taken over? See, it's one thing, Elder Lawya, to think a thought and control that thought, knowing that, okay, it's not the right time, or I'm tripping even thinking this. But what if there's a chemical imbalance that came with this, where now people are just saying whatever they're thinking and don't care what the fallout would be afterward? Is this high-tech demon possession? See, and that's why I'm careful, brothers and sisters. A matter of fact, let me show y'all something. How do you make it through this? Elder Lawya, before I show, according to the prophecy, what this is, because, folks, there's a lot of people who took this stuff and didn't tell anyone. And I'm telling you this, people in the truth took it. Yeah, even people in this church took it. Okay. If no other reason for some of these people to do it to prove that Elder Rawchaa was tripping. They don't know what they're talking about. I got to take care of my own family. A lot of people took it, folks. I tell you, a lot of people took it. You know why? Because they were looking at whether or not they would be able to work, or what happens if they lose their jobs. A lot of people. So, how do you operate with someone that has a bioweapon seeking to trigger you into confrontation and or conflict? Huh? And folks, this applies whether or not people have the truth or not. Even people in the world. We must assume, especially in the world, the majority of the people that we come in contact with or interact with has taken it. Now, does that mean that everyone? Because sometimes through time, the body does what it do, and it'll shed and get rid of foreign things in the body. Well, it depends on probably how many of those things people took. But the body continually, the Most High made a beautiful thing. I mean, they still cannot create one of these. What the Most High did with the body, with the natural immune system untouched. The body seeks to rid itself of poison. Right? So, how do you navigate through this? Knowing that we're not just dealing with physical illnesses, but a lot of people who took this stuff has taken on mental illnesses. And I've seen that in the same white papers. Hold up, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Get Matthew 5 for me, Elder, in a second. Look at this. Look at this. Huh? Folks, a lot of people didn't tell us, but they took it anyway. Some people did it saying, thinking what? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. A lot of people, look at this, Elder. Look at what we have here. National Library of Medicine, Indian Journal of Psychiatry. Look at what we have here. Unmasking of schizophrenia. Following that, you mean to tell me I'm scared based on someone else who may have something, and I go to the pharmacy or whatever the case is to protect myself, I pick up a case of schizophrenia? Anomalous behaviors? Huh? Hold up. This is what I'm going to do. Real quick. I'm just going to do this real quick. Y'all think I'm making this stuff up? This is regular old medical journals. Now you got a bunch of crazy people running around, operating out of the spirit, and you don't even know. They probably don't know that they're acting out because something is in them. Huh? Yep. There it is. Regular old journal. That means people from India and others who come over to the United States who read these journals know that a lot of what they're dealing with our people, with these mental illnesses, have come through something prophetic. There it is. Regular journal. Y'all can copy it and paste it yourself. Another reason why I keep on telling y'all folks, don't let people dissuade y'all. Get in that academy. I'm telling y'all now. Because these are the things. You're wondering why we're seeing a lot of crazy, aggressive spirits, things that don't make any sense. That's why we don't react to everything that's out there. A lot of these people, that's right, folks. They can't even control what they say and what they think. And guess what? The demons are going to try to attack the work. Someone says, look at this, Elder Lawya. And guess what? This is a regular old journal. Regular old journal. National Library of Medicine. I don't make this up. But guess what? Elder Lawya, look what this sister said. This sister said that her sister, my sister, has been diagnosed with it. And my mom is unable to handle her. And she got boosted 4 times. Huh? Now, so how do you, if you're dealing with aggression from people who don't normally operate like that, know that they're probably chemically induced with a demon? So we're going to be living through some serious times coming, folks. Because you think we're battling just regular people. When these people, by not listening to the Most High, by listening to these other sorcerers who they trusted with white jackets, have taken on many spirits than even they can deal with. And all of those spirits are going to be aimed right towards the men you see right here. See? And this is how they'll work. Folks, I spoke to another brother about this just the other day. Y'all better look at that movie, Fallen Again. It doesn't matter if I have nothing to do with anything. Someone can have an issue and they'll find a way to tie me into it. At the end of it, what it is one spirit going from one person to another person to another person until it's standing in front of you or standing in front of me saying, okay, I'm here with you now. That's how it works. We must be careful carrying people's darkness because it's just a spirit trying to get in proximity of those who's destroying Satan's work in the earth. They don't care who they use. And guess what? What they did in 2021 and shutting everything down, they released the spirits and made the majority of the people in this earth hosts. Remember this lesson. Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. I've seen it. I've sat there with Elder Lawya and look and see spazzing out in all of this. And we just sitting there like, interested. Not reacting to it. Not reacting to it. And someone may ask, well, if you see a spirit, you got the name of Christ, the Most High, why couldn't you just rebuke the spirit? Why couldn't you just take the spirit out? It doesn't work that way. The person who has taken on the spirit must ask for help. They're the ones that must come and ask to be healed. Christ went into a whole city and couldn't heal one person, and he is the Son of God. What if one takes on the Spirit and the Spirit gives them power that they have never had to harm others? They don't want to let the Spirit go. It has given them courage to fight and to destroy others, and they love the power. These are people who will never let that spirit go, that have taken it on by taking the stuff. Thank you, Pat Cole. Folks, this is what we're up against. I see it. Folks, this is what we're up against. Open your eyes. Look at that movie Fallen by Denzel Washington again. It doesn't matter who the spirit went into, and that spirit was Azazel. It would work through any people so that it can look directly at Denzel Washington. Doesn't matter. Look at that movie Fallen. And it so happens they filmed Fallen, Elder Lawya, in Philadelphia. So, I'm going to tell you, I've seen it. I've sat in that. I'm like, what do that have to do with me? It could be through another person, and they'll be like, nah, we got to stop him. It's all tied together, folks. I'm going to show y'all something. So what spirit must we be in to overcome this? And anything you have, Elder Lawya, you can actually bring it out. But let's go to Matthew 5 first. Right? Matthew 5 is the key. Right? Matthew 5 is how you navigate biblically through this. If not, you break the spiritual law and Christ's hedge leaves you. Here is the spiritual warfare that must get us through this. Right? Elder Lawya, if you will, let's start at the second verse.
Yes, sir. Say Matthew 5, verse number 2. And he opened his mouth and taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
Blessed are the what?
Blessed are the merciful.
Blessed are the merciful. People think having mercy, brothers and sisters, is a weakness. And the time we're living in, those that are controlled by Satan wants blood. See? They want a hanging. See? But our power is when we're hedged with mercy. Well, why didn't you hang somebody? Why didn't you kill somebody? Why didn't you ostracize somebody? Blessed be the merciful. I'm merciful, that's why. Now what? I'm protected by Christ. That means you can have the power to ostracize, embarrass, or harm someone. And guess what? Before the world, be justified. But you choose mercy. Because all of the spirits that was released as in these people, they want death. They want to see harm. Our hedge is mercy. People can say, I hate you. I want you done. And we respond back with what? Mercy. Because if we respond in kind like them, guess what? The spirit that's looking through their eyes to destroy us moves out of them and we become the host. See how it works? It moves from one person to the next. It could be through social media. It could be a person in California who speaks to someone in Jersey or someone overseas. And now the spirit is moving until it's sitting in front of me and Lawya. See? And if we don't use mercy, the spirit is like, okay, see if you can get rid of me. I'm in you now. It's real. We're going to show you what's been released in this earth under what they call COVID. Blessed be the merciful, what?
For they shall obtain mercy.
No, if someone did something wrong, kill them, hang them, destroy them, ostracize them. Hey, embarrass them.
Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
Now what? If I got power to make a decision, I can choose mercy. See? Think what you want. But that's what my Lord and Savior gave me the power to do. And no one can judge through another person unless you've been given that authority. Well, if I was him, I would have did this. But you're not him. See? But you're not. Blessed are the merciful, what?
For they shall obtain mercy.
For they shall obtain mercy. Read.
Blessed are the pure in heart.
Now you have to understand what the pure in heart is. You got to know when you're dealing with a person who wouldn't mean to hurt anyone, who wouldn't seek to hurt anyone. That's a pure heart. See? Because a pure heart thinks like this. How would I would have seeked to actually been judged if it was me? If it was me in the wrong, or if I did something wrong, what would be the proper thing for me? Would I want an opportunity to show that I'm a better person? Would I want the opportunity to prove that I'm sorry for what I've done and become a better person for it? See? That's a pure heart. But no. The Satanists and those who are taken by the Spirit is saying we want blood, want someone dead, want someone hung. We want them to live with whatever they dealt with for the rest of their lives. There is no forgiveness. There is no repentance for this person. That's because their hearts are dark. A pure heart would cheer a brother or sister who's better for even when they've stumbled. That's a pure heart. See? Blessed are the pure heart. Read.
For they shall see God.
For they shall see the Most High. See? Those with a pure heart. That means you know you have a heart where you'll give to everyone, that you would never seek to hurt anyone, that whatever you have, you'll give to people. Guess what, folks? And I'm going to tell you, folks, Satan is going to try to take that from a lot of you. Don't ever change for anyone. It's people like this who's going to see the Most High and get accepted by him. It's people like this who can sleep at night. 9.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
Blessed are the what?
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God.
No, the peacemaker. So the children of God are Israelites, right? Blessed be the peacemakers, folks. There's only 2 masters. If you got someone that all they want is conflict, all they want is debate, all they want is destruction, all they want to do is cause issues where there's conflict and smoke just blown up all over the place from day to day. I need y'all to think about this, folks. If there's only 2 masters, who is ruling over people who's seeking war all the time instead of peace? Satan. There's only 2 masters. No one can say, well, hey, I'm doing this because of Christ. I'm causing conflict. I'm causing disturbance because of Christ. Here is how we get through with people who have already been taken. They need conflict so that the Spirit can leave them and go into a new host. Why they need a new person? They've already taken that person. The spirit, the demon, already had a victory. It don't have to worry about that person who's bound anymore. It's seeking to go into someone else. How do you not allow it in you? This ain't my fight. I want peace. No, you stay over there and fight. No. Because blessed are the peacemakers. Read.
For they shall be called the children of God.
Look at that. So these demons can look behind other people's eyes all day long. They're not getting in me. Oh, you want war? Peace. See? At least I'm out of the way of it altogether. See? So I can do what the Most High have me do. Blessed are what? Let's go to the next one, Elder. How do you hedge yourself through such a time? Blessed are what?
Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of God.
Because you'll be persecuted for righteousness' sake, knowing you're trying to do what's right, and people are going to hate you for it. See? They're going to hate you. See? Blessed what? Read 11.
Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake.
Blessed. We're blessed. We are blessed because everything Christ said would happen is happening. And guess what? We're blessed for it. So you don't have to try to justify yourself and say, well, it didn't happen this way. This is what's really going on. No. We're blessed. Especially if you know what's being said isn't true. We're blessed. It comes with the work. 12. Do what?
Rejoice.
Do what?
Rejoice.
Get upset.
And be rejoice.
Rejoice.
And be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you.
They persecuted the prophets that were before us. If it was Isaiah living right now, prophesying and doing Christ's work, they would do the same thing. Jeremiah, all the prophets, they would do the same thing. They wouldn't see any of the good of the prophets. See? They would try to find something to speak ill of a person who they know is doing Christ's work. We are to rejoice. So I'm showing y'all, brothers and sisters, spiritual warfare. Christ has given us the tools to navigate through such a time where people are chemically induced with demons. Go down to the 17th verse, Elder.
17.
Now, look at what happened during COVID when every individual who was under the spell couldn't trust anyone, even the people in their family, but they trusted the government who was speaking through channel 666. Satan had it where no one trusted anyone around them but him. And you know, Christ was looking down, the angel looking down and saying, let's see my light in the earth, those who ain't going for any of this. Right? Matthew 5:17. Let's read it.
Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Wherefore whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven.
So the law of the Most High stands. It stands. You can't have a doctrine and teach that the law is done away with. But vengeance is the Lord's. And judgment, the overall judgment, lies with Christ. Read. Hold up.
Whosoever therefore
hold up. Here's some sweet stuff here. The same shall be called the great in the kingdom of heaven. 20, our righteousness must do what? Read it.
For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees.
Look at that. Our righteousness must exceed the righteousness of the Pharisees and the scribes. The scribes and the Pharisees killed Christ and felt justified in doing so. They called him a sorcerer, folks. They called him an offender of Moses' law. They was accusing him. And Christ says, unless our righteousness exceeds theirs, you shall what?
Ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven.
We cannot get into the kingdom of heaven judging like Pharisees. See? I'm showing you how to hedge yourself through these times. You cannot, what? Minimize yourselves under the scope of Pharisees. A lot of people don't understand how the Pharisees operated. These hypocrites walked around with the phylactery on their chest looking for somebody who have done wrong so that they can now read the law to show that they're better than these people when they were just as worse, if not worse than those people. See? Satan is the accuser of the brethren. See? It's not about mercy at all with Pharisees and scribes. It's about wrong, 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 wrong. Everything is wrong. It need to be towed down. It need to be destroyed. Stop the work of Christ. Stop it already. You're doing too much. You're saving too many people. You're baptizing too many people. You're helping too many people. Stop already. See how it works? Look at this right here. Christ in Matthew, the 5th chapter, Elder Lawya, give you the antidote. This is the antidote against demons. This is the hedge against demons. Check out what Christ said about anger. Brothers and sisters, what Christ is teaching right here is more important than the 10 Commandments. And the 10 Commandments are very important. Okay? Check out what Christ said about anger. Elder Lawya, if you will, hold on. Let me put this here. Okay, Elder Lawya. 21.
St. Matthew 5, verse 21. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment.
There it is.
But
that's
I
one
say
of the 10 Commandments. Read.
But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without cause shall be in danger of the judgment.
You're angry with your brother or upset with your brother without cause. When you know who your brother is. But what is this anger? It would allow you to have a man who's doing right, and in the colons, it tell you what that is. And whosoever shall say what?
And whosoever shall say to his brother, Rawchaa.
Rawchaa, which is fool. So the same brother that they know, that they're angry with without a cause, and then go to others and berate the brother and talk down and minimize the brother as a fool. Shall what?
Shall be in danger of the council.
What council? The real council. The council of Christ and the angels in the judgment. This is the council that we should be focusing on. This is the council in the heavens. But who? Read.
But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire.
Shall be in danger of hellfire. That's talking down and berating someone without a cause. Having other people feel a certain type of way about others without a cause. The council, then the hellfire. It's talking about the council of the Almighty. This is what we're up against, folks, because something was loose in the earth. Right? Listen to this. Here's the antidote. Listen to this. 23.
Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First, be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift.
What that mean? The Most High is saying, don't come and pray to me, claiming you're doing something in my name, when you haven't rectified it with your brother. You're not doing this in Christ's name or the Most High's name. You're being ruled by the devil. See? Because this is how people try to what? Try to shield their true intentions by saying it's about the Most High. I'm praying to the Most High. No. The Most High say, get out of my face. I have nothing to do with what you're doing until you reconcile with your brother first. Don't try to use the Most High as a shield. He sees you. See how it works? Now we're living in a time when those spirits are loose. 25.
Agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, and lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison.
Exactly. when you're operating in this world filled with spirits, it can even be the authority, government. A lot of these people are being controlled with that stuff in them and otherwise, or they may not. They may have what? Authority with a government position. When you found in a way with someone with authority, don't argue. Don't go back and forth. Allow them to have full control without conflict. And Christ will guide you through. Don't try to say, I know my rights, I'm a sovereign citizen. They're going to lock your behind up. That's the time we're going into. Because what? Law enforcement have been switched out with the replacements. The replacements are here. And how they did police, where they come from, is an entirely different world than what we have become accustomed to. Okay? So as we navigate through, the police is going to change. And if you know how the police are in third world countries, you'll realize none of us are built for the replacements. You are to agree immediately to get out of the situation. Immediately. Because as that Chinese man made it clear, even John Bet David, he made it clear. All these other children who have grown up in these other countries, they're getting the badge in the United States to exact judgment against its citizens. They're here with the military, with ICE, joining the police force so that they can take down America from the inside, starting with the arrogant citizens. That's what they're here for. Now let's go all the way down. Elder Lawya. Here is the key thing. You read Matthew 5. Matthew 5, brothers and sisters, is the antidote to the stuff that's in people. Okay? Retaliation. 36. Read it.
Yes, sir. 36. Neither shalt thou swear by thy
38.
head.
38.
38. You have heard that have been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
You heard
But
that
I
it
say
been
unto
said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So Christ is letting us know there will be scenarios where someone does something that will provoke you doing the same thing back to them. Because it seemed justified. Well, he did it to me, so I'm going to do it to you. No. Remember when I mentioned the spirit that's looking behind people's eyes, waiting to come into you? What they'll do is try to provoke a response so that the demon can travel into you. And this is how they do what? It'll travel from one person to the next, and then they'll have a team of people controlled by the same demons. That's how it works. "39, but I say to you" what?
But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also.
There
If
you
any
go.
man-
Somebody just hit. Someone just said something. Somebody just did something. And what you do? Silence. Because it doesn't work without the response or the retaliation. A fight only works if what? If there's two fighting. If somebody's sitting there fighting by themselves, eventually they look dumb, gum, crazy. See? See how that works? The whole point of the provocation is to wait for the retaliation. See? When someone has a spirit in them, that's all they know. But if there's no retaliation, nothing, you turn the other cheek, nothing's happening, then the person looks crazy. Everyone can see the spirit in them because there's no what? Distraction. There's no diversion. There's nothing to divert the person from people just looking at that person and saying, okay, let me just see this person fight by themselves to realize there's a demon there. See? If you do nothing at all, then the focus is on, okay, who's this person fighting by themselves? And how is this Christ? See? And there's a difference between Christ when he was operating and the guy who had a legion of demons that they had to chain in a graveyard by himself because the only thing he knew how to do was cause conflict and chaos. There's a clear distinction between the two. But if Christ went back and forth with this legion that couldn't be satisfied, you would think something was wrong with Christ. See? So the only way to understand what you're dealing with is if one side stands still. See? This is how you make it through. See? This is how you make it through. Right? 40. Let's read this.
And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also.
There you go. If someone take your cloak, hey, you can have this too. Not a big deal. Read.
And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain.
Whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go 2 miles. See? Go 2 miles. Still be a brother. Still be a sister. Read.
Give unto him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away.
Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that will borrow from you, turn him not away. See? All of these shield those in Christ. Right? 43. Listen to this. Read.
You've heard that it have been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thy enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you.
There is the antidote. That's my answer. Listen, I'll copy it and paste it. This, that, and the other. This, that, and the other. And you know what I'll say? In response, I love my enemies. See? An enemy cannot hide that they're an enemy. They can't hide it. It's clear when you have an enemy. You don't have to point an enemy out. An enemy show themselves forth as an enemy. And what we say, according to the command that protect us from a spirit coming into us from them, is, you know what? I love them. I pray for them. See? Well, they say this and they doing this and they saying this. Yes, but we love them. We love our enemies. We pray for our enemies. You know, now check out, I need y'all to understand how much peace that is. When you don't have to exert the energy that comes with hating somebody, obsessing with somebody, how peaceful that is. It takes way less energy just to say, I love you and I pray for you. See that? Now, no darkness, no nothing. Light. Now the spirit can look behind other people's eyes, but have no entry. And folks, this is Christ speaking. No one, none of us have more power than him. This is him speaking. He's saying, listen, if you respond or if you deal with retaliation with these people like that, then you won't have the same protection. And we're coming into some dark times. I'm going to show you those times in a moment. Stick with me. Right? 45, Elder.
That ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and the unjust.
See? Because even though anyone can feel a certain type of way about a person, they're still the Most High's children. And one day, they may come around. See? One day they may come around and understand, okay, I was wrong. So Christ says, you know what? Pray for them. Don't hate them. Pray for them. But don't let the spirit in them that's in them in you. See how that works? 46.
46. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans the same?
If you love those that just care for you, there's no reward in that. Now suppose you love your enemies. And in good conscience, you know that's true. There's a greater reward in that than loving people who's down with you. See? See? And this is why it doesn't matter. Let me tell you. I've been on more than one occasion around people who hate me. And I know they hate me. Now, whether or not they have a cause to do so, that's between them. I don't think so. But I've always told those people, I truly care for you. I love you. And guess what? It was genuine. It was genuine. I didn't make it up. I could hold my head up. I could look them straight in the face and been honest with them. And they know that it was genuine. Even though I knew they hated my guts. But hey, that spirit ain't gonna come on me to feel that way about another person. That's how we shield ourselves and protect ourselves in this time when people have spirits on them and they have induced spirits through science that based on what happened during the lockdown when they chose to not have faith and get that stuff shot in their veins. Right? And folks, don't ever let somebody have you run around with a dark spirit. Okay? What I do is I'm like, listen, and this is what I tell brothers and sisters too. Whatever you feeling, if a person didn't do nothing to me but good to me, I'm not even entertaining madness. How am I feeling a certain type of way about another person who did nothing to me? Because of what this person said or done. That means, that's right, the spirit that was looking behind the person's eyes has now entered you. See? But here is the key. Matthew, the 5th chapter, is how we endure through this. 47, read it.
And if you salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Don't even the publicans so?
Exactly. So now, guess what? And being genuine in the spirit, you can say, hey, how you doing, brother? And of course, every demon from West Hell would have them, I hate your guts, die already. Hey, brother, I love you. See, I love you. Why can't you fight me? Why can't you argue with me? No, yeah, I love you. Okay? I pray for you. 48, read it.
Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father, which is in heaven, is perfect.
There it is. Christ gave us that shield, not to have anger overtake us in such a time. Because we're living in a world filled with division, individualism, where the spirits have taken people through the perilous times and are seeking conflict. And guess what? They were able to put that conflict on steroids when they got that stuff in people's bloodstreams. Elder Lawya, let's go to Revelation 9 now. Hit that like button now. Hit that like button. And I know, hey, if someone is not down with Christ, I'm going to tell you, they're going to definitely hate these letters, these red letters. Because one thing about Christ's words, they're like a cross to a vampire. You can't get around them. Like, here's an example how you can't get around them. Christ says, if you have aught with your brother, you go to him and you alone. And if your brother hear you, you've gained your brother. So if you do it any other way outside of what Christ said, the devil have taken you. There's no getting around it. You can't say, well, I would have went to him, but he probably wouldn't have listened to me. No, the devil have taken you. Christ didn't give you an exception to his rule. See? That's why people don't like Christ's words. That's why in any situation, I'll pull Christ out and say, well, hold up. Christ said do this. If he would have done this, we probably wouldn't be here right now. So you want me to deal with a situation that's anti-Christ after Satan have taken hold instead of doing what Christ said. The red letters in this book, folks, is like a cross to vampires. Or they'll lie. Oh, I did go to him. lie. Well, we went to him. Why are you talking to me? Where is the scripture that says once you got a problem with somebody else, you go to somebody that don't got nothing to do with it? See? Where? Now let me show you the prophecy of the stuff. Now, mind you, Elder Lawya, getting back here, we got the antidote already. We must use Christ because people have all these demons in them. And many people chose to get the stuff and are being controlled by a spirit, an ancient spirit that was released during the pandemic. So it wasn't just the bioweapon itself. A matter of fact, let's pick it up real quick and see if we can hear this real quick, Elder. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back here.
Yes, China had to do it. Nancy Pelosi goes
Fair
to
use.
Chinatown. Stop being so racist. Trump's like, what are you talking about? It came from China. What does China say about COVID with their position? Because when the state media is telling their stories, and I'm living in Iran, and they're saying, let me tell you, U.S. is the devil, and U.S. is this, and death upon America, and all this other stuff. And, you know, China's a pretty controlled environment, kind of like what you talked about earlier.
Fair use.
How does China's state media control the narrative of what really happened with COVID?
Okay, so unfortunately, COVID has been memory hold in China. So no one talks about it. It was a traumatic 3 or 4 years for Chinese society, and people have basically just forgotten about the experience. No one even mentions COVID anymore. People still get COVID, but no one mentions COVID anymore. So all this has been memory hold, and people would rather just move on with their lives because there's absolutely no point in talking about it. But the Chinese government have said on multiple occasions that COVID started off as an American bioweapon. And so that's what the Chinese believe, that COVID was an American bioweapon. It was leaked into China in order to hurt Chinese society. And there are a lot of elite Chinese who I talk to who believe the same thing.
So they believe it was a bioweapon released from U.S. in China. That's the narrative they say.
Look at that, Elder Lawya. Look at this. For those who missed it, hit the like button. So somebody might ask, well, what do the Bible and what we have to say about how Christ said to react to certain things? How does that have anything to do with what they're saying was released as a bioweapon in 2020? Well, because the behaviors of people have changed with a spirit in them. National Library of Medicine. Unmasking of schizophrenia following, there you go, the Jim Jones juice. They started to see an uptick in schizophrenia, aggression, unexplained mental behavior. So they're going to be people seeking to provoke certain things even beyond their mental control. And if you stand in Christ and not entertain it or go back and forth with it, then the spirit is going to seek someone else to have conflict with. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. This was a spiritual operation to get the stuff in people. That's from what? The Indian Journal of Psychiatry, the National Library of Medicine white papers. So some people who was absolutely normal with no medical issues at all were scared and went and got the stuff. And now a lot of people are bipolar, schizophrenic, and out of their minds. And one thing about these spirits, they find one another because they were together bound in the river Euphrates together before the release. They were bound together. So they'll find one another and unite. We went into it, Elder Lawya, a little bit in the academy this week concerning how they're turning people. This is really, believe it or not, a more advanced changing of kind when it comes to the Nephilim seed, changing genetics. We talked about that in the academy last week. A lot of this mental illness that we see in the conflict and people just looking to argue and fight and go through all types of stuff. Folks, it's because the person in them is fighting against the spirit that have overtaken them. So they have no rest. They'll get up and want conflict and try to start issues. They'll go to sleep with it, but really what they're battling with is in their mind. And we are seeing this play out real time. And guess what, Elder? You don't see no one anywhere relating this to a decision that had nothing to do with what they're experiencing. Let's get Revelation 9, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Revelation 9, verse 1.
I'm sorry. I got to put it in my ear. I didn't hear you. All right, Elder Lawya, let's get Revelation 9.
Yes, sir. Revelation 9 and 1.
So what's in them? And I'm going to tell you, let me tell y'all, folks, we had people come in and make their testimonies at one time. Right? Listen to this. You had some people who was watching us during the pandemic. And a sister said, well, okay. We had people who said, listen, I'm not going to take it. And then we had other people, right? Just say you're in the same house and the loved one said, well, listen, why y'all listening to these crazy people? I'm going to take it to prove that they're off. They're wrong. And then I get a phone call, unfortunately. She lives. He's gone. On more than one occasion, we get these phone calls. Revelations 9.
Revelation 9, verse 1.
Let's read it.
And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. And there came out of the smoke locusts upon the earth, and unto them was given power as the scorpions of the earth have power.
Now, how does the scorpions of earth have power? To sting and administer a poison. So what does that have to do with Revelations 9? Well, what was bound in the bottomless pit? Well, it tells us in the book of Jubilees that when Noah began to rebuild on this side of the flood, the Nephilim spirits started destroying his children. And 90% of the Nephilim spirits were bound in hell. So when it talks about what? An angel opening the bottomless pit is to release the 90% of the spirits that was bound during the time of Noah from the river Euphrates. Now, of course, once these spirits are loose, they will seek host of people. Well, how can they get in the people? Huh? How will they get hosts? As the scorpions of the earth have power. Syringe. A point that would administer poison. And this is why, I say it over and over again, they had a problem with ivermectin. Because why? If a horse or an animal is bit by a snake or stung by a scorpion, they cannot tell their owners that what happened. They can't talk. But ivermectin would go in and kill as an antidote to most stings and or bites. Huh? Animals can't talk. So that's why veterinarians use ivermectin to kill anything that's in an animal's body. Listen to this. As the scorpions of the earth have power. Well, what power does a scorpion have? A sting. This is what John is seeing in the future. A lot of people getting stung. And it what?
And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads.
Only the people who did not have the seal of God. That's right. Chose channel 666 programming. And started making an excuse to why they'll take the sting. 5, read it. It's more detail. Listen.
And to them it was given that they should not kill them, but that they should be tormented 5 months. And their torment was as the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man.
So you have some people who lived, but they live with time release poisons. And here's their torment was as a torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. A sting, a prick, a syringe, folks. See? So they're living, they're walking around. Some people, they got it. They sat there in the doctor's office. They sat in the doctor's office for an hour and 30 minutes to make sure that everything was okay, which was weird in of itself. I've never seen anything like that before. To make sure that you was going to walk up out of there. But what you walked out with, was it time released? And it's what? It's the torment of a scorpion when he striketh a man. Because sometimes a scorpion will strike a man, he'll walk away and all of that, and he'll just kill over three days later, 5 days later, if he didn't get the antidote. Or he can live longer, but have what? Serious health issues from the strike. That gives that person what? A lower quality of life, paralyzation, and all of that. Guess what? You would never guess that dysfunctions and mental disorders, someone going mad, is also a side effect of someone who's stung by a snake or a scorpion. Huh? Read on.
5. In fact, verse 6, and in those days shall men seek death and shall not find it.
Why are they seeking death? Because they have a low quality of life. It's not even living anymore. You're at the behest of the healthcare system. You got to be wheeled around, or you can't live your regular life in fear of falling out or dying. So really, you're not living at all. You're just waiting to die. Everything is in this Bible. Everything. In those days shall men seek death and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from thee. So they're living, but with no quality of life. Having to be cared for almost 24 hours. People coming to the healthcare system is benefiting. The nurses and the doctors and those who deal with house care and all that, they're doing pretty good. But the person have no life at all. Seven.
And the shapes of the locusts were like unto horses prepared unto battle. And their heads were as it were crowns like gold. And their faces were as the faces of men.
It's talking about the look of these spirits that were bound, the Nephilim that was bound, the 90%. Read.
And they had hair as the hair of women, and their teeth were as the teeth of lions. And they had breastplates as it were breastplates of iron. And the sound of their wings was as the sound of chariots of many horses running to battle.
Read.
And they had tails like scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months.
And their power was to hurt what? Men 5 months. The power was in the sting. Let me get these stings right here. Let me see what it says in stings in the Greek for the 10th verse. Just want to see what it says here. Stings. Look what it says here, Elder. Kentrin. To prick. To prick. And what will they use to prick? A point. Is this not a syringe? And what's in the point? Poison. Or, listen to this, Elder. Here's the mental side of it. To goad. Okay, to goad. These are people who what? Instigate. To cause conflict, to goad. Or a divine impulse. An impulse. Man, what a weapon. To prick is what? That's a syringe, folks. A point is what John seen. A sting, and what was in the prick? Poison. Read on, Elder Lawyer.
Verse number 9 or verse 10. And they had tails like unto scorpions, and there were stings in their tails, and their power was to hurt men 5 months.
Read.
And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue have his name Apollyon.
The spirit Apollyon. So these were priests. When you look at Fauci and all these others, folks, Fauci is a Jesuit. Look, huh? Y'all think, hey, you think I'm making this up? Look at this, folks. Fauci, who all of a sudden disappeared. Georgetown University. Right? Dr. Fauci reflects on how he was lived out his Jesuit values in his career. The Jesuits are the Knights Templar, Satan's dark knights of the Vatican. Huh? Who is this demon right here? Ignatius Loyola, right here. The satanic father of the Jesuits. Will the earth shut down again? Fair use before opening this up. Fair use. When the world shut down again. Where will you be? And what will you do? It's coming. Fair use for educational purposes only.
We are now hearing of lockdowns, energy lockdowns. But what exactly is that, and how could that impact us here in the United States? Some people have been saying that this could be worse than COVID. This could be worse than the pandemic. Not for the fact that we could see people pretty much shut into their homes. They cannot move. They cannot go anywhere. Schools closed, businesses shut down. Travel is pretty much suspended. No, that's not the lockdown that we're seeing. So today, we're going to address what could be coming here to the United States. And some are already saying that this should be on the table. The options should be there for this in the matter of days. But listen to this right here. It says, a new oil shock is building. The next few weeks of war will be decisive for the economy. Okay, we're not going to talk about the war. We know the war's going on. We know what's happening. We know there's still time left. It's not over. But I want to read you something else. It says, what is an energy lockdown? Why the term is...
Now, mind you, Elder Lawya, there's been a ceasefire at the Strait of Hormuz, where things can open up temporarily, but keep our eye on it leading up until what? The summer into the spring, on whether or not they escalate this Iranian war. It's usually the Ides of March where they're in war. That happened February 28th, and it usually happened the 7th month, or what you would call September. They just like doing their wars during those particular times. They just do. It's the Roman way to believe that the so-called gods are on their side when it comes to waging war. Right? Just wanted to put that out there.
Trending, how it's different from the COVID lockdowns, and the IEA releases 10 demand-side measures to ease oil crisis. All you need to know. Okay? I was reading this article, and one of the things that I was looking at was, how does this differ from the pandemic? Well, this is where things get interesting, okay? I want to read you their 10-point, this is the IEA's
and this is fair use.
10-point plan. Shows it right here. First off, work from home where possible. Okay, that's something that a lot of people could do. This is also something that many companies are starting to implement. That if you are able to work from home, you should at least a couple days a week. That's what we're hearing. We're also seeing that students that are going to a university, they should actually do their stuff online, take classes online, because this would actually reduce the oil consumption. It would help it by easing the cost of fuel, which again is going to help everybody. It also says reduce highway speed limits by at least 10 kilometers. Okay? It lowers the usage of fuel for cars and trucks if you go at a slower speed.
So I'm not going to go through each of these, but number one, an energy crisis would force what? It will force an energy lockdown where people can't drive the car without police interference. And they'll try to claim that it's to sustain the oil reserves. Okay?
That's something obviously that makes sense. It says encourage public transport. Okay, if you have your own car, maybe you only drive your car in certain areas or certain days. And it says alternate but private car access in large cities. There's a number plate rotation. They're already doing this, I believe, in India, I think. There's actually several countries that are implementing different things. So that's there. They also say there's efficient driving for commercial vehicles, better practices and maintenance, cut diesel use, divert LPG use from transport to preserve LPG for cooking and essential needs. Obviously, this is over in Europe and over in Asia and stuff like that. Avoid air travel where alternatives exist. Switch to other modern cooking solutions like electric, and leverage flexibility and petrochemical feedstocks. Okay. Here's what could happen in the United States, and this is, according to experts, is the most likely option. Okay? Here's what you need to know. First off, the most likely is a driving restriction. We saw this back in the 1970s, during the 1970s oil crisis, where we are now fuel rationing. So essentially, people couldn't just go and drive and spend 24 hours on the road, okay? Because, again, it's not a restriction on the time. They're restricted as to how much fuel they could get. And so that essentially limited how much time they could drive. So by rationing fuel, it actually lowers the amount people drive. The other one is odd even license plate days. This is what some people are discussing. The other one is to limit non-essential travel. Here's the problem by limiting non-essential travel. This would also hammer the travel industry. Airlines would get hit. Hotels would get hit. Rental car agencies would get hit. Okay, tourism would plummet. So that's what is being discussed as well. They're saying that's the most likely option.
Oh, Kenyans said they've already violated the ceasefire. Man, this thing is moving real time, isn't it? I got to see that after I leave here. It's fluid, folks. Like what? Like 2nd Baruch said it would be. One thing would move and another thing would come.
However, they have yet to implement it just yet. They say what we should be doing at this time is to encourage it first and then mandate it later.
How are they encouraging it first? Right? You all come here to get in front of a lot of this. How are they getting people adjusted to it first? With that bogus government shutdown, which does what? Limit the employees for the airports. They're getting the United States people used to what? Jammed airports, waiting for planes, long lines. It's all a beta test to get the optics, to get us adjusted to what's going to be soon permanent. All of these are the beta tests leading to less travel and lockdowns. It has nothing to do with what they're talking about. The demo nuts are talking about what? Well, we're going to shut down the government this time and this time because they don't want to sign immigration things into law. Folks, every place I go to, a restaurant and other places, there's immigrants working there. Right? And they're working for people who are Republican. So don't go for everything they're trying to tell you, the optics of why they're shutting things down. They're shutting it down because they're getting people used to what's going to become permanent here in the United States. Long lines in the airport. It doesn't matter if you got clear or the other things. They're getting used to what? Missing planes, overnight stays where there's no connecting flights. To discourage people from wanting to travel. That's where it's going. Elder Lawya. Now let's go to Baruch again. When the world locked down again, where will you be? What will you be doing? I'll tell you what we're going to be doing. We have a mass baptism. We have 2 mass baptisms, and we'll be setting up churches. Because many people, when the next thing happens, and I'm going to tell you this, even the people who can't stand us are going to be right here trying to figure out what to do. They're going to be right here. And we're going to be doing what we did the last time. We were moving through the earth doing the Most High's work. That's what we're going to be doing. Because guess what? Through all of this, our God, Rawchaa, Rawchaa, is in control of everything. We must be in the correct spirit of Yeshua, the Savior, to navigate through. And he showed us how to navigate through, whether it be law enforcement or people who are demon possessed. How to endure through it all while still gathering the 144,000 before it's over. That's our position. Right? Elder Lawya, if you will, let's read it. And guess what, folks? Why you think I keep emphasizing second Baruch? Folks, I've yet to see anyone anywhere, whether you be Israelite, whether you be a Christian, whether you be whatever you're dealing with, break down the prophecies real time concerning what we'll be living through and how to get through it using Baruch. I've yet to see it. Elder Lawya, let's read this real quick. I'm in second Baruch. You know what, Elder Lawya, I'm kind of loving this program now. I've been taking pictures of my pseudeograph and putting it up.
Yeah.
Man, this program.
Time consuming.
Huh?
It's time consuming.
Yeah, this thing is so, I don't know why I haven't been dealing with this program.
Right.
It's every book we need, but it's better for conveying the information from a school level, from a scholarly level, to have them understand it and see it clearly. Man, Lord, I love this program. And I have every book I need in it too. So, but anyway, let's read this here. This is second Baruch, the 27th chapter. Let's start at the first verse. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Second Baruch 27, verse 1. And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided.
27 verse 1. There it is. I'm sorry. I'm at 28. And it says, the 12 woes or destructions that are to come upon the earth. The Messiah in the temporary Messianic kingdom. It's really saying what to look forward to prophetically before the coming of our Lord and Savior. Okay? He answered and said, go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided, and each of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it. And the first part, there shall be the beginning of commotion.
The beginning of commotion, civil unrest, rioting, just stirring stuff up. People just rioting and stirring stuff up, grabbing things, going into stores, causing mobs, and all these other things. Read.
And in the second part, there shall be slayings of the great ones.
There shall be slaying of the great ones, talking about God's people getting destroyed. Like they targeted our people. Something that so-called started in Wuhan, China, but end up in North Philadelphia. Taking out our friends, our loved ones. Because we were the target the whole time. In the third part?
And in the third part, the fall of many by death.
The fall of many by death. I mean, what type of counting system or what type of metrics you're using? Every day you get up and show on TV how many people died of this particular disease today. A death count. And the fourth part, what?
And in the fourth part, the sending of the sword.
Wars. So all of these things would be going down at once right before Christ's return. Out of nowhere. After Trump said that, guess what? He's against the wars that the Democrats that Biden was dealing with. And now he's sent troops over in the tens of thousands over to Iran to fight what? An Edomite war against Iran. When I say Edomite, that country was just created out of Eastern Europe. And America is a vassal state that are being utilized, sucked into this war, where they must sacrifice their people here in America for the sake of that Edomite small country over there. Right? War, sending of the sword, read.
And in the fifth part, famine and the withholding of rain.
Famine and the withholding of rain. What was Iran saying? Huh? Look. Ramar brought this out. Ramar brought this out. Let me see. Ramar brought this out. How Iran was complaining about America using weather warfare against them. Look. The withholding of rain. Come on, man. What's this? 1 second. Let me get it. Look. Iran's black rain is the latest grim of example of weather in war zones. And then there was another thing. Let me see if I can find it. Let me get it. Where the Iranians, brothers and sisters, was complaining about America. Look. Real news. Look at this. Iranian expert accuses the United States, Israel, of weather manipulation to deepen drought. I-24 News. Now, folks, it's no longer considered a conspiracy theory now. They used to call it a conspiracy theory. But all you have to do is look up weather treaty between Russia and America, where it was agreed upon that they would not use weather warfare against one another. It was a treaty that was done between America and Russia. A matter of fact, I have some of those white papers. I downloaded the archives on my computer where they signed the agreement. Iran expert accuses United States and Israel of weather manipulation to deepen drought. As of August 4th, 2025 of last year, they was using weather warfare before the physical warfare against Iran, according to what Iran alleges. Okay? Everything the scriptures prophesied is happening. And in the fifth part, the withholding of rain. Read.
And in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors.
Earthquakes and terrors. Earthquakes in diverse places. Terrors. Terrorism. Read.
And in the eighth part, a multitude of specters and the attacks of the Shadim.
And in the eighth part, the multitude of specters and the attacks of the Shadim. What is this? Poltergeist, demon possession, which in a nutshell is what? An uptick on mental illness. And a lot of that is due to the decision that people made to get that stuff shot in them. Now the spirits has hosts. And in the ninth part,
the fall of fire.
The fall of fire. We heard out of nowhere, fire, Canada, fire, Hawaii, fire, California. And in the 10th part, what?
And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression.
Austerity. Which is what? Now that AI have taken over, they didn't tell people jobs aren't coming back. You notice the weather in America where here it is, it was what? It was almost 80 degrees when we did the Passover, and it turned back winter. And here it is, we're here in April, and it's still cold so that they can interfere with the crops. Now what? Because the ground is still hard, farmers cannot farm in certain areas of the United States right now, which will yield what? A small harvest, which will lead to what? Less food in America. The same thing that Africa have been complaining about for years. Africa used to be so fertile and it became a famine. And guess what? Allegedly, they're turning the machines up here so that now America's farmers cannot produce the same what? Yield of its food. That will lead to rapine and oppression. Read.
And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity.
And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity. Usually unchastity is what? A woman is chaste. A woman has the power over her what? Chastity. I think I got, hold on, Elder Lawya. Baruch. Here it is, 27. Sorry about that. Read that last part again. Wickedness and unchastity. Like I mentioned, now girls straight out of high school turns 18 in the prime of their fertile years to join OnlyFans. Where now no one is looking to go from school and get a husband and go on with your life. Nah, unchastity is the power of a girl. Not giving herself to 10 men, body counts all over the place, not keeping her chastity. All of this is what Christ said the world would be under before his coming. And in the 12th part, what?
Confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid.
There you go. Now it's mingled all together now. Read.
For these parts of that time are reserved, and shall be mingled one with another, and minister to one another. For some shall leave out of their own, and receive in its stead from others, and some complete their own, and that of others, so that they may not understand who are upon the earth in those days, that this is the consummation of the time.
And people are not even going to understand, because today it's talking about weather. The next is going to be talking about war. The next thing you'll be seeing people getting locked up and being called for domestic abuse and all these others, because people losing their minds out there. Every day there's something different. Every day it's going to be something different that would actually keep people focused off the fact that when you look at it all together, Christ is sending the signs of the times. That we're not to get caught up in any of the 12. We're seeing this from the outside like Christ is. Thank you, Gerard Ball. I really appreciate it. Look at that. These are the times we're in. And folks, you need to ask yourself, because guess what? The first one took everyone off guard. I didn't care. I'm going to tell you that right now. I was telling people, don't listen to them. Don't do it. I don't care what anybody say. I don't care if no religious leader or what group someone was with. You better not do it. Folks, when it happened again, a lockdown for a different reason, and it's going to happen again, guess what? The word here will be as consistent when it happens than when the crisis happened and everything shut down. I'm going to tell you that right now. We're going to say the same thing, and we're going to stand 10 toes down. And a lot of people, due to austerity, the pressures that come with their bills, and all of that, are going to capitulate. And don't be surprised, folks, if they sprinkle in another pandemic with it. And one thing that you all can know for sure, even those who could care less about us or hate us, they hated Christ. They hated the disciples. They hated the prophets. When it all goes down, they're going to be right, like I said earlier, they're going to be right here. Even if they're not signed in to an account. And some people may ask why. Because the Most High, when he called us into this ministry and gave us a ministry with the doctrine that was lost, it was all predicated and founded on end time prophecy. Since the time the Most High called us with this ministry, given us his name, it began with end time prophecy, and everything that the Most High gave us from the beginning has unfolded and will unfold. when everyone was talking about Russia, Russia, America, Russia. I don't care if it was Christians. I don't care if it was Israelites. What did we tell you? Through the Spirit of the Almighty. Iran. Iran is the war that tipped the scales. And here we are. The Most High in Christ is with this work. We have 2 big mass baptisms this particular year. And guess what? I don't know if the world is going to be the same that will allow us to do the work on the level we've done it prior. But we'll still be doing what we can. And I'll tell you this, even when the disciples was fleeing, those that followed the disciples who were fleeing Jerusalem during the time of 70 AD, those who had the doctrine, don't you know that we were baptizing people underground? So as we were moving and all that and trying to get out of certain areas of Rome and all that, we were still baptizing all the way to safety when you do the research. They're like, well, hold up. These people are running from the Roman government and found a place under the catacombs to baptize people on the way out. We'll be baptizing until the wilderness. Any place there's water, we'll be baptizing. We have 2 mass ones this year. We're planning on, if the Most High have it be his will, one of the biggest Passovers we've ever had in the earth before the curtain come down on this place. And guess what? Hey, Elder Lawya, he be traveling back and forth into Africa. We got a ministry in Africa. Every place we have a church and have land, there's food. And I'm going to tell you this. I know for sure that the Most High have given us this ministry, not just to teach, but to sustain our people through these times. To sustain our people. Anything you have to say, Elder Lawya, before we open up the lines?
No, sir. Let's open up the lines.
Let's open up the lines. And for those who would like to come in through Zoom, let me give you Zoom. But if you come on Zoom, you must show your face. Even if you don't want to come on live, you must show your face. All right? You can see us. We need to see you. All right? And again, we have the elders will be converging on Boston. All praises be to the Most High to sit down with the saints this coming Saturday morning. Bishop Amoth will handle the class while we sit and talk to our brethren, our sisters, our fellow laborers in Boston. And again, week 3 of our Hebrew and Bible Academy, you got it. The promised seed, where we go into the faith of Abraham. Very nice lesson, but we're going to go into the history of the Israelites receiving the promise and the faith that will carry us into the kingdom when we deal with what? The promises of the fathers this coming Sunday. Enrollments are still open. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Elder Lawya, you need a break or you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll handle this while you go ahead and break, and we'll open it up for conversation.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Water.
You in the bar? That's right. Shoulder of Christ. Soldier, of Christ. There you go. See? Boom. JudahClothing.com. That's right. Soldiers of Christ. And guess what? Since Christ enlisted us in his army, we have never looked back. Huh? Shamo. Right? Let's do this. If you want a text to come in, let us know. Someone says 440, I hope the Most High provide the funding for me to come to the next Passover. 440, a lot of you don't know this. We do provide a certain number of people who can't afford to come to the Passover. Yes, we help out with that. So just make sure you speak to the leaders that are there under, to deal with your circumstance. And we do allow a certain number of people to come in who can't afford it. You should not come to the Passover because you can't afford it. Okay. So work with us. We'll work with you. Just talk to someone, the leader in your area, and we can work it out for you. Okay. Let's see here. Teams. Let me see here. Oh, there it is. Again, the Academy is off the chains for those who have watched some of our Academy moments we put up there as a caveat to a lot of you. So if you thought about coming into the Academy, you want to come in early because there's still a lot of meat on the bone right now. We're only in week 3. Okay. So if you come in now, we'll give you the 2 weeks you've missed. You'll be right on board Sunday with us. Okay. If you enroll now, we'll send you the information, give you enough time to catch up for this coming Sunday. All right. Yeah. Sometimes, brothers and sisters, a lot of you, I can understand that if you're falling on hard times or whatever the case is, you're probably ashamed and want nobody to know. You can always go to the leader there and let them know one-on-one. We're not going to tell anybody what's going on with you personally. If you're hurting or something and say, listen, I'd like to go to Passover. We can work something out with you. Don't worry about that. Okay. But if you don't say anything at all, no one knows. Okay. Thank you, Elder Dell. HistoryTimes.org. I put Zoom. I've placed Zoom for those who like to come in. I place Zoom in the chat. If you want to come in, 445-888-2759. You can come in. Just message me and let me know you like to come in and I'll call you. Because this phone is just off the hook altogether. Man, I miss Blog Talk where we had a queue. And then we just let people in through a queue. Man, Blog Talk, they just took that away. I used to love the Blog Talk settings because it gave us a switchboard that we can deal with. And you know what? I think the media was behind taking Blog Talk switchboard away because it allowed us to compete on the level with regular radio stations. I believe the corporate media took that away because why? No one was listening to radio. They was listening to real-time Blog Talk and all that, right? We had switchboards and all of that. I mean, we need a switchboard program and guess what? It costs hands over fist to have a switchboard now, right? It's a shame, but I'm going to look into that. Okay, we have Torrance. Bless you, brother Torrance. How are you?
Bless you, brother. Shalom, brother.
How you doing?
I'm fine, man. How you doing? This is oh wow.
How you doing? Do you want to be on or you rather not be on? It's up to you.
I'd rather not be on. I'm shocked right now.
What you shocked about, my brother? Talk to me. What you shocked about?
That it actually connected to you. I've been following you for about 15 years now.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, man. Yes, you woke me up out of my slumber. I just want to thank you, brother. Thank you. You changed my life. I've met a beautiful woman. She was willing to let everything go and follow me. And we just want to thank you so much. We are in Atlanta. We're trying to find a home somewhere to congregate with.
Well, you know we have a church in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I reached out to him via email.
About
a week.
Well,
don't worry. Week or two ago.
Don't worry about that. I'll tell you what. I'll do this right now for you. One moment. Oh, I'm sorry. Judah Clothing said the shirt I'm wearing is not their brand. I also advertising Judah. So, Elder Lawyer, this shirt I got on. Who produced this shirt? Soldier of Christ.
It's a brother in the Carolinas. I'm trying to find his
hold
now.
Hold on, because I give people their credit. What's the brother in Carolina?
I'm gonna get it for you in a moment. I'm gonna get it for you right now. But you can continue on, and I'll let you know when I find it.
Okay, Elder Lawyer is gonna get it. I'm sorry, brother from the Carolinas who gave me this. I don't want to, show you how honest our brothers is. Judah Clothing said, well, hold up. That shirt is fat, but I didn't produce that one. To show you how honest and loving our brothers is, I want to make sure I give the person who make this shirt their proper credit so that y'all can get it, because, man, I love this soldier of Christ. Because it reminds us to stay in his army, too. It reminds us of why we're called and to never give up through everything, even adversity. To always do this. All right, I'm sorry about that. So, Elder Lawyer, when you get a chance, send that through Teams for me when you get a chance so that I don't take away from this brother's time on Zoom. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. Somebody sending me something.
Yeah, this is Deacon Shaw in
Greenville. There it is. Okay, alliancewhelp.com.
There it is. Yep, Alliance.
Hey, yep. See, I see that. Brother, I'm gonna give you your time, Torrance. I just want to get right here. And that's what's beautiful about it. Everyone is so supportive of each other's work. And you know what? To see my brothers and sisters prospering with their own clothing lines, oh my goodness, it's just amazing. Hold on, I didn't forget you. Hold up, my brother.
Okay, I'm here.
I gotta do these. I gotta do it right. I don't want my brother to feel like, well, hold up, you giving Judah Clothing everything. I'm like, no, that's who I thought it was. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right. It's what? ALliancewhelp.com. That's it. ALliancewhelp. Look at our people. Look at this. ALliancewhelp.com. Right? So you go here. Right? Is it showing their line here or what? I don't see a line of their clothing. But I know it's ALliancewhelp.com. Okay.
Remember that, baby.
Lions what?
Yeah, it should be on the top left-hand side. If you look, there should be 3 lines. You click on that, and it should take you to
I don't see no lines here.
In the top left-hand side?
Yeah, there's nothing on the top left-hand side. 0.
Okay. Yeah, I see it here on my side.
Oh, yeah. So I see it here on my phone. I see the lines on my phone, but it's not. On my phone it works, but not on my computer.
Okay.
But still, it works on the phone. AllianceWhelp.com. AllianceWhelp.com. All right. And you can get this shirt, Soldier of Christ. And again, when Elder Lawya and I wear this stuff, we're not sponsored. We don't ask for nothing. We want these brothers and sisters who's producing clothing for the Almighty to get everything that's coming to them for their work.
That's right.
Right? We don't say, well, we'll do this. We're going to cut something with you. No. If it looks good, we're putting it on.
There you go.
All right. So, real quick, brother. Seven six, correct?
Right.
Okay, Baruch will be calling you tonight or tomorrow to join the church this Sabbath.
That's fine.
Right? So tell me
That's
about
fine.
your journey. You said you've been following us for 15 years?
Yeah, I've been following y'all 15 years. At that time, I had fell into some hard times, and I was so lost, and I was just trying to figure out why. Like, I'm not a bad person. My family was in it was a hard time for my family too as well. And I was just trying to figure out just why.
So when you said you fell into hard times, do you mind going into what happened? Like what happened?
I lost my job. We was just put out of our apartment, me and my mother at the time. And my mother was staying with my brother. I was staying with my sister, sleeping on her sofa. And they was just trying to figure out why, because, I'm not a bad person. I try to stay away from, I never got caught up in the street life or anything. I always had questions of, who we are and why we do the things that we do. Why do we do them? Like as far as Christmas and Halloween, I always just had questions, and nobody could answer my question at all. And I just remember one day, just on Facebook, I seen this video saying the Negroes are the true Jews, Hebrews, and I didn't click on it that first day. Matter of fact, I said not interested. I just erased the whole video, but it popped back up the next day. Then watched that day. Third day, it popped back up again. I said, okay, somebody talking to me. And I watched the video, and I went down that rabbit hole. I just went. And after that, I was saying the name Yahweh. And then, poof, I seen you and Elder Lawya pop up saying, this is the most high true name. So I did the same thing. I was like, okay, I'm locked in right here. Let me stay right here first. I see that, but let me just stay right here. And I just did the same thing. I didn't follow the video. To about a week, y'all just kept popping up. I was like, man, let me click on this video. And the way y'all just broke it down and just word for word, scripture for scripture, and strong, I was like, okay, this is why they kept popping up. He didn't want me to steer far into the Yahweh. He didn't want me to go that way. He like, I woke you up. I want to keep you on the right path, sir. And since then, I just been full throttle and just locked in. Just been locked in with it. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I want to read this for you because you was asking why all these things happened to you. You didn't understand why all these things was coming at you at one time. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you why. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually when you start learning the truth, most people cannot decipher from when Satan have given you something to hold on to you. When you start serving the Most High, Satan began to attempt to strip you of everything so that you can run back into servitude. So it's a battle. You know what you have to do? You're in the middle, right? You know the Most High is going to bless you, or you believe he would, but you don't trust fully. And then Satan begin to pull things and try to destroy your life because you may choose the kingdom. So that middle place is a tough place, right? Let me read this for you because we all go through it. But I'll tell you what, when you make that sacrifice fully, the whole journey becomes clear. Right? Let me read this. So when you get the truth, when any of us get the truth, sir, we're taken through certain tests. Right? Let me read it. I'm in Ecclesiastes, the 2nd chapter. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hold on, let me get mine.
Oh no, you can always, don't worry about it. I'm going to read it for you. I'm in Ecclesiasticus or Sirach out of the Apocrypha. Just remember Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter. Okay? It reads, my son, if thou wilt come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. That means you're going to get tested. Right? Set thy heart aright and constantly endure. And make not haste in time of trouble. That means don't run. The Most High is tearing you down to build you in his son's image. Some people get afraid operating in this uncomfortable space without any level of security. Most people get uncomfortable because the world haven't prepared you to not depend on it. Everything the world has prepared you to deal with were the things that you can have control over. Now you're learning all of this, have to make a choice, and you feel like you're losing control over your life. Right? But then something happens. Listen, you're in an uncomfortable place. But I don't know if you ever seen a child, sir, when they're about to begin to walk.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know
my son just turned 1.
There you go. But yet the only way he's going to walk is if you stand in front of him where he may fall, but he trusts you. So he'll start walking towards you and then he'll lean on you. Sir, that's what the Most High does to all of us when we first begin to learn the truth and say, just trust me. Come on, walk my way. I'm not gonna let you hit the ground. But it's an uncomfortable place, especially for a man.
Yes.
That's usually in control of everything, right? So then, what's next? The 3rd verse. Cleave to him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at the last end. What the Most High is showing you, sir, is that you're not losing anything. You're gaining a higher perspective as to your purpose according to him. Next, now Satan gets angry and begin to what? Tear things down so that you have to work and all that and get distracted from the Most High bringing you from out of this shadow, which is Babylon. Satan now is battling for you, right? At the same time, in the 4th verse, what did the Most High say? Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate. So when you get the truth, you're getting the name, you're getting everything, and now you're losing everything. And you're wondering what's going on. And the Most High is standing in front of you saying, no, you're not losing nothing. Come on, walk. Keep your focus on me. You're not losing anything. Because once you begin to walk with the Most High, he gives you everything. Satan to make you believe that what? That you're going to lose everything. But everything that you need to do the Most High's work, he'll put on that path if you trust him. Right? So then, in order to go through this, 5, for gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. He's going to allow you to go through some adversities at the beginning of this journey. Just like gold is tried in the fire. Gold doesn't shine. Unless you know what you're looking for, gold looks just like a regular rock. But you put that thing in some fire. And what happens? All of the infirmities and all the dark and nasty stuff burns out of it. And then you take that gold and look and it's shining and you buff that thing up. So the adversity is Christ taking all of the darkness out of us so that we can stand like pure gold at the very end. That's why you went through that adversity. That's why you didn't realize, folks, people look at you. Let me tell you, we go through all of that and everybody in our family look at us like we crazy. Like, why are you going to lose everything following this crazy stuff you're looking into? When really they don't understand you're going through the fire. They don't understand it because you can easily do what they're doing. Go back to sleep. See? But then you go through that adversity and understand there's a different way, a different life altogether that the world don't understand. So you go through that adversity. Right? You go through it. And then guess what? You are living and walking for Christ's kingdom in the world, but not of the world. You have what? A path within the earth itself that many will never understand because you went through the adversity. You don't fear losing anything anymore. You understand that everything belongs to the Most High. You're free. You're free now.
You're free, yeah.
The fear of losing things is what Satan used to put us, what? Under subjection.
Yep.
See that?
Using the same tool.
Exactly.
It's crazy because I have that verse highlighted. What you just read to me, I have that verse highlighted in my pocket.
Brother, that's what you went through. But some people, they get scared and run back. Not realizing that moment when the Most High first gave you that truth, you only get that moment like that one time. You only get it like that. It may take you 5 or 10 years to come around to where you was when the Most High was saying, trust me. I'm going to tell you. But if you run through it, guess what? And you go through the fire and you go through losing everything and you understand that the Most High been with you the whole time, guess what? There's no adversity you can't go through. None. Because you remember when it was you and him and you was brought to nothing. Right? And I'm going to tell you, brother, they showed that, Elder Lawya, and they showed that in the movie The Matrix. How Neo was the man in the world, but he was really asleep. Not realizing that that the world was just feeding on his energy. And guess what? The world was actually benefiting from him, and he was nothing but what? A battery. But then he get flushed, and now his clothing is nothing. He been flushed like baptism, and he was brought low. He's wearing rags on this messed up ship, And Morpheus is looking at him, and he's like, man, what is going on here? Eating slop, brought low, but look what happened of what he became in the spirit after getting tried. That's the baptism with the new man. See? And next thing you know, he could do things well beyond he could ever do when he thought he was a useful battery in the world, not producing anything. They showed it in the Matrix.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know how biblical the Matrix is.
Well, believe it or not, brother, the sister that really is the creator of the Terminator in the Matrix, her people reached out to me, and I did an interview with her years ago. A matter of fact, she wanted Will Smith to play Neo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Those crazed brothers really weren't, even though as far as the production side and the cinematography, what they call the something brothers, the weird Wachowski brothers or whatever. They had the visualization and the cinematography for it, but it was her who came up with it. That's really a continuation from the Terminator. And her people reached out, and I did an interview with her years ago. Right? So, yeah, brother, welcome. And Brother Baruch is going to be reaching out. It's time for you to step into the work.
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready. My family are ready. My wife is ready. My kids are ready. We're ready. We're ready for. I know you said you're having a mass baptism. We're baptism. We're ready.
Well, brother, I'm going to announce the mass baptism, and I'll see you there, brother. And I'm seeking to embrace you. And it's time, brother, because hey, who knows how long we're going to be able to do it on this level. And, you're a humble brother in the spirit of Christ. And I believe that the Most High can do something great in you with this work.
Thank you. Yes.
Right? Let's do it.
Let's do it. My wife wanted to say, hey, she can't say it.
Okay.
Hey,
How you doing? Bless you. Bless you.
We want to get, she asked me about fiance, but we want to get married.
Okay. Well, let's do one thing at a time. Let's get you to the church in Atlanta. And beautiful family there in the spirit. The church is wonderful there. Talk to Baruch. We're going to set up a mass baptism, and he'll direct you accordingly.
Okay.
And get some work up in there while you're in that church, all right?
I am. All right, brother.
All right, bless you. Shalom. All right. All right, we have Simone Nunnally. Oh, there go my brother. I think this is the brother who's we got the politician up in here. The truth politician. How you doing, my brother?
I want to thank you personally.
Praise the Most High.
Tomorrow's my mother's 3-year death anniversary.
You mean?
And you said some things that I know for a fact she would have told me. Forgiveness. Forgiveness is key. I had to forgive some people that was deep inside of my heart, you see? Like I was saying earlier, I give these people, the work that me and you do, you actually have to love the people to actually move forward, make sacrifices for the people. You have to put yourself to the side, but your inner circle, you got to make sure that it's tight, it's trustworthy. And I thought I was doing that. I had people move in with me, gave them clothes off my back, my last money, name it. They got it all. And those were the same people who turned on me while I was serving the citizens, while I was serving the people. You see? And like you said, I thank you for that position. You said the true politician. Yeah, guess what? God bless me. Even while I'm talking to the politicians, even while I'm talking to the citizens. And I get on the truth.
Well, when I say politician, I mean it in a good light. That the Most High put you in a position like Paul to make a difference for our people in a political arena.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
So two things. I heard the last gentleman that was before me, and he was talking about a movie, right? I was also tapped to create a whole movie about two very imperative filmmakers, and I can give you their names and you can write it up. But I told them if I do anything, it's gonna actually show my love for my God, and I think that's something you might want to be interested in. You see,
What?
it would be very
Well,
beneficial.
brother, I am interested in it, and we got brother James, who, believe it or not, in Dallas, he was a filmmaker and all of that. When he fell on our videos, and he actually stopped doing that to come into the truth. He was so overwhelmed with the spirit of the word that the church was taking. I'm talking about the road that we were taking. He was so, involved in it. He put everything down to actually help the church in Dallas. And at the Passover, right after me and him was talking, and the spirit is on him to go full-fledged into a whole nother type of series and all that with the truth and all that. But on the next level, and he has some ideas that's off the chains that I can't even mention because I want to put it out there and somebody else snatch that idea, right?
Yeah, well, like NDAs. Yeah.
I'm just saying, but he talked to me about it, and it's groundbreaking. Okay. What I would like to do is connect you with James, and if you have that connection for the movies, let's make it happen on the truth level on a grand scale. Let's do it.
That's not a problem.
All right.
That's super easy. We can get that done by the end of the month.
Okay.
Now, I want to say another thing.
Before you do that, because I think it's about to happen, brother.
I know it is.
And I'm gonna tell you this, and this is what I recognized. I kept my eyes on what was going on when Kanye West, I think he did a concert, I think in California somewhere, 2 nights straight, Elder Lawya, and he got like 80,000 people. Now the corporations are going off right now because it's not really about anything outside of his influence. How he can operate directly and go directly to the people without what? Without corporate confirmation. So I know they're shaking in their boots because listen. Usually when you're canceled and all of that,
that's funny.
Usually something is going on with the Most High's people.
That's funny.
Where even when you're walking with a certain level of influence through the Almighty, the corporate world have no power. They can't cancel you anymore. So I'm gonna tell you, it's our people's time, brother. And listen, on a mass level, we need the story to go out that the people need to see.
I'm glad that you said that. Watch this, Elder.
Go ahead.
God bless me. I switched from the Democrat to the Republican Party as the black man in the state of Georgia.
Okay.
They would have counseled me a long time ago if I would have did that. 20 years ago, you would have never heard of me again. God bless me. They gave me a promotion, and you know that to be true. I got a significant promotion. And the crazy thing about it, which is a blessing, watch this, Elder.
What's that?
When I declared to run for office, they said, what's your religion? If you go to the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, you got Christian, all these other stuff. I literally had to check. Well, it was like Christian, but then I had to send an email over to the FEC, the Federal Election Commission in DC, and say, no, I'm not a Christian, I'm a Hebrew. You need to put that under my name. They put it under my name, and now it's a selection title. So now if you run for office, you can actually declare as a Hebrew, as Israel. You can do that now. It was never there. You had to ask permission. They had to put it under there. So what I'm telling you is this: we are breaking all types of barriers. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, brother,
God bless you.
Brother, listen. They can't stop us anymore.
They never could. We just thought they could.
No, we were stopping ourselves. We thought that they need us. They've always needed us. So I tell you what, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Let me do.
The scripture they put on my desk, it was crazy.
Hey, brother, you're live again. This is what I'm going to tell you, brother.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to tell you.
Right.
One of these days, if it be the Most High's will, we're going to do something free in Africa for all of our people as far as the eye can see, with them in all white, not only hearing the true gospel, which is the Hebrew music, but we're going to drop the truth concerning who they are and how they got there within one particular event. And guess what, brother? They're not going to have to pay a dime.
Oh. I know the screenwriters and the people who can put it together. I'm telling you, we can do it. We can literally do this by the end of the month.
Listen, brother, I'm going to call you. I got to fly out early tomorrow, later tomorrow, but I'm going to call you. I'm going to call you before Friday is out.
Okay.
My brother.
I would say. My company president just came back from Congo.
Yeah.
13 hectares of land he just got.
Well, brother, we gotta have a private conversation. Right now we live. We're gonna talk. You're gonna talk one-on-one on that. All right.
That's not a problem. We can do it. Okay.
All right, my brother.
I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the strength and the courage to actually, sit down and even though that those people was attacking, right?
Yeah.
Let me give no forgiveness anyway. Because guess what? God bless me. I'm not one of those people that think I'm better, regardless of what they say. I don't pull up on the high horse. I know for a fact I still need advisors. I still need advice. I still need all of these things. I don't know everything.
Yeah.
I'm 37, brother. I'm still young, right?
Yeah.
And to get to 64, my mentor died at 91. My mom died at 57. See?
Sorry
so to get to these ages, man, you have to have insight.
Yeah.
You have to sit back and you have to accept wisdom.
Yeah.
And I thank you for that wisdom that you bring forth. It's not just the biblical wisdom, because that's absolutely phenomenal. And I am joining the Hebrew Academy again at the end of this month, right?
Thank you.
I'm going to do it again. And I'm passing it on to other people as well, because I tell them, if you really want to be involved in politics, if you really want to be involved in government, you got to understand the true government that's coming, right? And you need to know what's going on and make sure that you position yourself to sit amongst the stars. Because if you don't, you can fall like the dark stars. Those are your options.
So well, thank you, my brother.
I want to bring it on. I want to talk to the Melchizedek. I want to do all of that.
Well, right? Brother, I'll call you tomorrow. I've got people waiting in line, Simeon, man. But thank you.
And we can do it.
You always bring some thought-provoking conversations, and I'm glad you're in position to help our people. And we're going to talk Friday, all right? By Friday. Yes, sir. All right, bless you.
Yeah. Thank you, Albert.
Thank you, my brother, for all you do.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Thanks.
All right. We got Zaire, and we ended with, last but not least, Tina Davis. But let's, if you can unmute Zaire.
Hello, can you hear me?
You know what? Someone says that we should do a big show and a big event for our brothers and sisters who can't afford it in South America too. You know what? I'm going to think about that, especially with we have a lot of great talent from the other 10 tribes. I mean, man, Ephraim, they be pumping that thing up to the next level every Passover. So, Zaire, Can you put your video on, please?
Okay. I will, but I'm kind of. I don't want to be shown live. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, I'm not going to show you. I just want you know.
Yeah, due to my circumstances and everything.
Okay, well you don't got to worry about it. I know you're calling about the stuff that need to come to you through Truman, right?
I believe so. I don't have all the information from it, and I also wanted to talk about the class and everything.
Okay, all right. Well, I didn't forget you, Zaya. We got some stuff coming for what you asked for. So you got to do it again. I'm gonna make sure it gets to you by at least next Wednesday. I'm gonna call Truman up tomorrow, make sure, because he was backed up a little bit, but he's gonna send the stuff you need. I didn't forget about you, and don't forget, Zaya, I'm paying for it. Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I had something saved up for it.
No, you don't got to worry about it. I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, go ahead. Talk to me.
Okay, about what you were saying about the well, I can't really say the jab and everything.
The Jim Jones juice.
Yes. So about getting that, like doing to my situation, I'm seeing it in myself because I'm sadly in and out of the hospital, and I'm seeing in myself that.
So are you saying that you believe that you were injured by getting that shot? That's what you're saying?
I didn't get exactly the one we're talking about, but I did get, the ones in the past.
Yeah. So I guess that created an autoimmune issue in you. And a lot of people don't even understand what an autoimmune, that's when your body just go haywire because of some foreign agent that's, All right. So a lot of people are talking about, they realize they've come down with sicknesses, trusting the so-called system. But go on.
Right, and especially for me, I wanted to tell my testimony, on it, but I'm not healed as yet. I still get these frequent dizzy spells all the time, just like you said in the scripture. I think it was I didn't write it down. It was a scripture where you said, they was like wanting death, but if death wouldn't come to them.
Yeah.
It's sad to say sometimes, that's how I felt like I took the vaccine, because that's how I felt. Like recently, it felt like, no quality of life. I can't do anything.
Well, brother, but I'm sure your faith have been strengthened with this ministry, knowing that we're here for you, we pray for you, and we're gonna do everything we can to get you what's needed.
Yes, that's what's keeping me pushing. I come in class, and there is a couple of brothers from in the body that come and call, check up on me and everything. So yes, that is what's keeping me pushing and going. Because without this ministry, I don't even think I'd be here.
Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do, and guess what? I have my phone right here. I'm gonna call Truman tonight, and I'm gonna have him overnighted to I'm gonna have him overnight what you need, at least a startup herb kit for what you're dealing with. I'm gonna have him overnighted to Hazak's place.
Oh, that was the thing. I'm not sure if I can say it here. Hazak was, I got in contact with him. He was telling me that he's in another state. He's not why I'm in New York. So he was trying to give it to a brother in New York.
Okay, who in New York do I need to send it to?
His name is Brother Yaqua, but
Brother Yaqua. Hold on. Let me see. Brother Yaqua. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna contact Hazak, brother, and see if Hazak can give me the address to the brother with his world name, actually, so that we can send it to him. And so the brother, you've already communicated with the brother and corresponded with him. He's going to make sure you get it, right?
Yes, he's the one that he said once he gets it, he's going to bring it to me.
Brother, I'm going to call Truman tonight, and we're going to have it overnighted for you. I don't care what it costs. I'm going to look out for you. Okay?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's beating me down.
Well, brother, brother, you hold on. We're gonna in prayer. We're with you, but we're gonna give you all the herbs you need to try to fight this, brother. Okay?
Yes. Also, it's more than one.
Huh?
It's more than one.
It's more than one what?
You
mean herbs? I don't know what the herbs are for that particular. I know what the diagnosis is, and he's going to send all of it, whatever it takes for that particular diagnosis. Whatever herbs, if it's more than one, we're going to send you more than one. And he's going to give you the directions on how to use it.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
And are you in the academy?
No, I want to be so badly, but
okay.
Like I said,
okay, do me a favor. Do me a favor, send an email to GOCCSouth@yahoo.com. Elder Lawya is going to get that email. Zaire, give me your email so I can bring you in the academy, because we're going to have Truman come in to answer health questions.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So I'm going to give it to you now?
No, what I need you to do is send your email to the GOCCSouth@yahoo.com. Elder Lawya will send it to me, and I'll make sure that the administration get it so you're in the academy, okay?
Okay.
All right.
You said GOCC South.
GOCCSouth@yahoo.com.
At yahoo.com. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. You're welcome, my brother. All right. And send that, and we'll be getting with you, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. Shalom. We're really on our last call for tonight, because I'll have to do something early tomorrow. So there's not enough hours in a day. But I thank you all for all your support. As you can see, you can always support the work. GOCC Report, $GOCC Report. We keep you up on real-time news and prophecy. $GOCC Report. If you have Cash App, if not, you can always go to gatheringofchrist.org. Gatheringofchrist.org under donate, and you can donate towards the ministry there. Okay? All right. Tina, how are you?
I'm doing well.
It's good to see you. Bless you.
Give homage and thank God for you and how and with the wisdom and sound doctrine that you shared with that brother. That was straight wisdom. I mean, we are truly in the last days, and we must be tried by the fire, but we will come out as pure gold. I just wanted to say that there was an incident that happened with me last year. I've been in the truth since 2012. Was baptized in 2018.
Okay.
I brought in by my sister Trina, and I was attending the church in Antioch in California, and my sister had passed away, and after her passing, I ended up getting some sort of disease. I got sick with something, and I ended up in the hospital. Long story short, and when I went in, before I went in, I couldn't walk, and I ended up going in emergency, and when I woke up, my leg was gone. And I'm like, okay. I was just like, I really wondered why did they really have to cut off my leg? You know, I was just like, I think that they didn't cut my leg because I wasn't, you know, infected with the juices, they say. And I think that's why they ended up doing that to me. But it was really a horrific situation.
So let me ask you.
Hmm?
Let me ask you. Man, this is deep in of itself, sister. So you did take the stuff?
No, I did not. And I had, with my job, I had signed a form because I had spoke with the elders here about how to get out doing that with my job. So it was a religious form that you signed. So I signed that.
You got an exemption. So let me ask you this. Were you suffering with diabetes, taking insulin?
I was not taking insulin. But I did have diabetes, so I didn't know. I wasn't taking anything for it. I was kind of like in the mindset of against taking medication type of thing. So I was like, I was diagnosed with it, but I was borderline.
Okay,
And
but you
then
said you went into the hospital, you could barely walk.
okay, this was later on after the fact. Okay, I went into the hospital. I could not walk. Before I had went on a trip. Okay, when I came back, I went to work. That week, I couldn't walk.
Okay. So when you say you went on a trip, you went on a plane?
I went on a cruise.
Okay.
To Mexico.
All right. So in a nutshell, I mean, what I'm asking is, you said you had a problem. The problem is what the hospital did to you. You didn't think that it was necessary?
I didn't think that they had to cut off my leg. I'm like, really? I mean, a toe, but a leg?
I knew you were traumatized with that.
Oh my God, I was like, it took me a minute to mentally gravitate what really happened here.
I'm sorry about that.
And then on my other leg, there was the doctor, when I went in, okay, the other leg was chopped off. So my other leg, they didn't take care or look at my other leg, and the toes started dying. So there was no blood circulation. So I had to get the toes chopped off my other leg.
I'm sorry about that.
They was just trying to chop me up, and I'm like, Lord. And then it was like I was at near death. My sister said, you know what? That's enough cutting on her. That is it. So I had someone to speak on my behalf. But, you know, in spite of all this, I'm grateful to the Most High. I mean, however, I could have been dead and gone, you know, but He allowed me to live on and to see the time that I'm in right now. It's hard for me because of with the retirement. I had to take an early retirement on my job, you know, and disability because, I'm not able to do the work that I was doing before, of course. I was a custodian at the school district. So it's difficult.
Okay, I understand. So how are you doing now, your health-wise?
Well, okay, I do have a prosthetic on this other leg here.
Okay.
And I have a boot on this one.
All right.
That it's still healing because it's still an open wound, but it's closing up slowly but surely.
Well, I mean, have you ever thought about having natural herbs for circulation instead of? There's herbs that give you that natural circulation, that the body, the right diet with the herbs can keep that circulation going as needed.
Okay, so I am definitely truly interested. I promise you that. I was trying to, they want to give me all of this medicine for blood pressure and all that. I'm like, you know what? I had an appointment today, and I'm like, no, I don't need to add any more. That. So I was looking into what I can actually, some herbs, like you said, that I can take to bring down blood pressure, and also to work with to keep the sugar at a normal rate, which will actually help with my healing. So I'm on a journey.
Okay, well, let's do this, sister, real quick. I'm going to have an herbologist reach out to you. You can talk to her about it. And, it's a sister who's very good in this. Believe it or not, Elder Rawchaa has gone into that field also. But Elder Rawchaa going to be with me this weekend. So I'm going to make sure I have Sister Crystal call you. You can talk to her. And we can see what we can do to send out a package that can help you out, okay?
Oh my God, is this for real, Elder?
Man, listen, of course, sister. What you mean it's for real?
Oh my God.
Oh, you talking about this for real?
Oh my God, you are amazing, brother. God bless. Well, I thank you for your time and giving me an opportunity to speak and for you to hear me out. Thank you so much.
Well, welcome, and I pray for your health, and
Please do.
we're gonna do what we can for our people, sister. All right.
God bless.
Bless you, sister. All right.
Praises to the Most High. Thank you so much, Elder.
Blessings. Thank you. All right.
Take care.
All right.
God bless.
Bless you, sister. Mm-hmm. That's Sister Tina. And
that's who I be. That's who I be, Elder. That's
who I be. You be. Blessings. All right, Elder Lawya. I hope you're ready for this weekend.
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, we're going to go into New England, Boston, and sit down with our family and get everything working so that this work can prosper going forward. And let's give them heaven.
Yes, sir. Done.
All right. That concludes our broadcast for this evening, brothers and sisters. You stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. And yes, we are the children of Israel. And yeah, we are back. And we ain't going nowhere. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Found our brothers here. Elder Rawchaa in Colombia. Ruben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. Highest gathering is right there. The Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Highest gathering is right there. Ruben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the Negroes. Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans. Ephraim from Puerto Rico. And Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama. Gad, the North American Indians. Simeon, the Dominican.